Good morning. It's now 9:30 and the inquiry is resumed. This is day 6 of the inquiry. My name is Roshan Barrett. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to hold the inquiry. The inquiry is into an appeal made by Basildon Estates Limited under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 against the failure of the council to determine a planning application, which is a hybrid application, seeking detailed planning permission for plot 1 and outline planning permission for plot 2, both involving 2 full buildings. The latter, plot 2, an outline application. That development is proposed to take place at Basildon Town Square, North Basildon, SS141BA. So yesterday we heard from Mr. Lowndes, the council's planning witness, and today we will hear from the appellant's planning witness and then go on to deal with the Rule 6's planning witness. Before we move on to that, a few matters have arisen overnight. Overnight, I received a number of documents in relation to the 106 agreement. The first was an updated SIL compliance statement from the council, that's Basildon Borough Council, with a suite of documents related to that. And that came in an email last night. Does everybody know what I'm referring to? I also received a document from Essex County Council, and again, that was accompanied by a suite of supporting documentation. Has anybody got, I have been alerted this morning to a matter. Has anybody got anything to say on that, please?
Madam, if I can help, this rather follows on from the indication I gave at the end of yesterday that Essex hadn't quite finished their part of the exercise by 4 o'clock. Hence, you've got two documents, one from the borough and one from the council. But hopefully, those together go some way to meeting your request that you made at the end of last week.
Okay, I've just been alerted this morning that I have received a document from Essex County Council, but that is not an updated document. And I'm awaiting a further document.
Right. Oh, I can't help you on that, madam. I'd rather understood that Essex had provided a document. So, so if it helps, we can perhaps investigate that with the appellants today. And
okay, I'm referring to an email that came through from Anne Cook at 18:49. It was sent at 18:49, and it indicates that there had just been a conversation between appellant and Essex County Council, and the document that's sent through wasn't an up-to-date version.
I think there might be a subsequent email.
Right.
I'm literally just catching up on this myself, and I've just had them forwarded to me. I've just been forwarded one from 1944 from Anne Cook, which says, "Dear Elizabeth," so to the case officer, further to my email below, which I think is the one you're referring to, ma'am, please see attached a final revised SIL compliance statement.
And
I opened that.
Okay, and that isn't before me. I don't have that at the moment. However, I have had a chance overnight to take a look at these and just a few comments. Essex County Council, well, I won't take that as an inquiry document because I'm awaiting a revised document, but I have been through that. That all seems fine. The council's document, just in terms, it's some 36 pages or something. It's extremely long, extremely difficult to navigate through. What would be really, really helpful to me is a simple table setting out what the tests are and how they've been met. And still, as I don't mind the supplementary information beforehand, that's fine. If but it would be in relation to each provision, employment and skills contribution, why it's necessary, referring to policy, directly related development. That's about where the money, how the money is going to be spent, where it's going to be spent, what the project is. And that's something that the council needs to look at, because I don't have that information in respect of every provision. And then, is it fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind? That's about how the contribution, if it's a financial contribution, how that's calculated. It would be really helpful to me, because this is some 36 pages. I have gone through it. It isn't giving me everything that I need, but it could be in a much simpler, I mean, it's easy for the council to do that. It's a much simpler format. And I'd refer you to the document that Essex County Council have produced, which is some, I don't know, 7 pages or something, and does the job. As I said, I have gone through that, but it is lacking in terms of where the money is going to be spent. The project, if you're referring me to some document that has a suite of projects that are related, that's absolutely fine, but it needs to be there, please. Okay.
Could I just indicate on behalf of the council, I know that Miss Lawrence and Miss Mackay, my instructing solicitor, are at the inquiry this morning, so I'm sure they will get on with that during the course of the morning. I don't anticipate we're going to get to to the 106 until this afternoon anyway.
No, absolutely.
Generated over the morning.
Exactly. That's why I raise it now. So I will take that document, version 1, as inquiry document 16, and I'm taking the bundle that was attached to that. That's a whole suite of documents, the draft Basildon IDP, infrastructure delivery plan, extract, and then there's a Sport England consultation response, the play pitch and sports facility calculator, the indoor built facilities strategy and action plan, and the play pitch strategy and action plan. There's a suite of documents. That's fine, but there's, it's helpful to me if you tell me exactly what is referred to in those documents, rather than having to obviously plow through them. Okay, so I'll take that as I'll take that as document 15 and the bundle, inquiry document 15. So in terms of Essex County Council, are you suggesting that we wait? The email that I have is that this document has been it shouldn't be circulated, and we wait for the updated document. Is that correct?
Can I just confirm the time of the email you're referring to?
1849.
I think that is now superseded by.
Yeah, that's what the email says.
Yeah, of 1944. What I will do, ma'am, as I've just received this, I will forward that on to Elizabeth Humphrey, just in case for some reason it didn't make it through, and then hopefully it will make its way on to you. I think Mr. Edwards has seen it, and this is from the County Council yesterday evening. But I'll forward it on just in case it slipped through the net.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, then, so hopefully the council, and if Essex County Council have to do anything, we'll be batting on with that for this afternoon's discussion. Right. In terms of conditions, I have actually had a chance to go through those. There's a long list of conditions. I think that we'll probably leave that because revisions will be required. We'll leave that for this afternoon's discussion, and somebody will have to be working on that overnight, and then we'll have to pick up with that on Friday morning. I'll set a deadline for that and we'll pick up with that on Friday morning. Okay then, are there any other housekeeping matters? The only other one that I've got is the site visit arrangements. Could I have an update on that, please?
Ma'am, from our team, we have inquired as to the availability of the parties I would want to join you who gave evidence on townscape and design, fully understanding that this isn't an opportunity to give further evidence, but just to draw attention to anything you've already heard about. And I believe that Mr. McCower and Ms. Malcolm are both available at 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon.
Okay, could I hear from the council, please?
Yes, Madam, the position is similar. I've had it confirmed that Miss Lawrence, the case officer, and Mr. Lowndes are available on Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock. As far as Mr. Murphy is concerned, I think he will also be available, but I've not had that confirmed yet. But shortly, 2 o'clock is convenient for us.
Okay, so could I, by the end of the day, please, can I have an itinerary for that visit, along with somebody who knows the place well, a place that we will meet? I'm very happy to meet under Brook House or something like that. But if somebody who knows the area very well can indicate, one, where we can meet, and two, where we can park, and the sort of arrangements around that. Okay, by the end of the day, please, that would be really helpful. Okay then, any other matters we need to raise at this point? Okay then, could I turn to Mr. Hill, please? Would you like to introduce your planning witness to the inquiry, please? Could I just ask, have you sent through, I haven't received it, I'm afraid, the documents that you'll be turning up?
I have, ma'am, yes, and I can just quickly tell you what those are. Just scrolling back, it isn't anything very exciting, I'm afraid. Ms. Jones' main proof and appendices, the NPPF, and then core documents E6, E10, and E25, which I think are the committee report for the putative reasons for refusal, statement of common ground, general, and E25 is the Orwell decision letter. Perfect. Do carry on, because I've got all of those. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. Yes, so I come, ma'am, to call my last witness, who is, as you anticipate, Ms. Jones, who speaks to her main proof and bound-in set of appendices and a very short rebuttal proof that I don't think we're going to need to look at. And I should say my estimate for evidence in chief is probably slightly longer than it will be because of the removal of the amenity space issue. So I'm hopefully will be done in about an hour. Can I begin then, please, by introducing you to the inquiry, Ms. Jones, and checking that your comms are all working and you can hear me and you can hear the inspector. Is it all working at your end?
I can hear all of you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very good.
Perfect.
No echo, no feedback, and we aren't in the same building or even in the same part of London, so it would be a struggle for feedback to cause a problem on this occasion. But Ms. Jones, introducing you to the inquiry, you are Karen Jones. Can you confirm, are you a Senior Director of London Planning at RPS Group with over 25 years experience in the planning profession?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have a geography degree from Durham University and a master's in city and regional planning from Cardiff University? And are you a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute?
All of those are correct. Yeah.
Good. Thank you. You do, on page 1 of your main proof, set out something of your experience in relation to the development of complex residential-led schemes, and indeed some of that experience relates to the redevelopment of town centres, and you note in particular Stevenage Town Centre, which is one of the post-war new towns with which we're all familiar. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
So now I don't intend to ask you to read any part of the written proof or indeed the summary, but I'm just going to deal with a few themes that have come to the fore in the context of the evidence that the inspector's already heard. But I just wanted to do one short exercise in terms of a small correction at the outset, and just turn please with me to page 56 of the proof.
Yes.
Main proof. And I think there are just a few corrections to make to paragraph 8.4 and 8.5, where a previous version of the framework footnotes, I think, was used to provide those references. And
Yes.
can you
Yeah.
just, I think there's some very minor changes to bring that into line with the 2021 version of the framework. Can you just introduce those 8 to 8.4 and 8.5, please?
Yes, just referring to paragraph 8.3 of my proof, under paragraph 11D of the MPPF. I refer to footnote 7, whereas it should refer to footnote 8. Do you have that particular part?
Sorry, which paragraph are you referring to?
Of my proof, it's 8.3. And then it's where it refers to paragraph 11 of the MPPF.
Yeah.
And then it's within D, where it starts off where there are no relevant development plan policies. I've got footnote 7, but it should refer to footnote 8.
Yeah.
And then similarly, if you just go down to the next line, or the second line, it should be footnote 7.
Yeah, and then 8.4 and 8.5.
And then 8.4 should be footnote 7, and 8.5 should be footnote 8.
I think the text is accurately set out now, but it's just the problem we face every time they reissue it, all the footnote paragraph.
Yeah, I'm afraid I think there's might be an extra line as well that I've added in under 8.5 under footnote 8, where I've referred to transitional arrangements for the housing delivery test as set out in Annex 1. I think that's just in footnote 9 of the current MPPF version.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now, let's turn to the first substantive point I want to ask you about, and that is indeed in relation to the MPPF. And you set out in your main proof at pages 30 to 32 some paragraphs of the framework that you particularly want to draw to the inspector's attention. And on page 31, you've set out that series of 119, 120, 123, 124, all focusing on the promotion of the effective use of land and the use of suitable brownfield land to deliver identified development needs. You've referred at 649 to paragraph 120, which actually mandates that planning policies and decisions should give substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land within settlements for homes and other identified needs. Can you just give your overview as to how important you think these paragraphs are in the context of the decision that the inspector's got to take?
Incredibly important in terms of, particularly as in Basildon, of protecting the green belt. But certainly there are huge opportunities within town centres in particular, and underused and underutilised brownfield sites for them to be reused and readapted and consequently regenerated. And the opportunities in those sort of locations is that they tend to be well located in terms of other pre-existing services, opportunities for new services, and also once again in terms of Basildon and its town centre and urban framework, the already existing facilities in terms of infrastructure and parks and such like that will fulfil and accommodate this potential growth. And it is such those sort of locations as well as such sustainable locations. And once again, with particular reference to Basildon, the proximity to the railway station and bus routes and cycle routes and permeability and pedestrian opportunities is enormous. So yes, the central government mandate has been in existence for many years now, and it's so important in terms of sustainability, climate change, and as I said here, the opportunity to readapt and reuse buildings and deal with lots of other concomitant issues in terms of town centre renewal and regeneration that make brownfield first an incredibly important policy and a true tenet that runs through a lot of government guidance.
Thank you. Just turning the page, there's one other paragraph from the framework I wanted to ask you about. Paragraph 132 on page 32 in paragraph 655 of your text. You refer there to paragraph 132, highlighting the need for early discussions between applicants and local planning authorities about the design and style of emerging schemes and the importance for applicants to work with local communities on these matters. Can you just give a flavour of how you think the appellant has engaged in response to that paragraph?
I would suggest with a huge amount of enthusiasm. There was never any dispute or challenge that we would want very early engagement with the council, but not just Basildon Council, but also Essex County Council as well, and other statutory authorities. And also more generally, there was a wider, very extensive public consultation exercise as well. But particularly just talking about the engagement specifically with Basildon County Council, we undertook to agree a planning performance agreement, which set the framework in terms of a target submission of the application, but also framed suitable junctures at which we would meet to talk about important topics, and allowed us to address lots of different subject and topic areas throughout that period. So that was all programmed in as part of the PPA. So for example, there would be discussions in relation to the environmental statement that supported the planning application, but also in terms of other elements as well in relation to the core components of the project, not only in terms of design development, generally in terms of architecture and townscape, but also in terms of amenity space and all of those other elements like unit mix and so on that you'd expect to genuinely be challenged and tested throughout that process. It should be noted as well that the pre-application process informally started in 2019 with a discussion that my team had with the master planners that Basildon's appointed, and that's we made that, and they met at Cushman & Wakefield's offices back in 2019, and then the main engagement through the PPA took place during 2020. But as I said, there was also engagement with the Highways Department and Place Services in terms of heritage, and also in relation to design with Essex County Council as well. So it was multifaceted engagement process, but as I said, done with a huge degree of enthusiasm, and also making sure that we were committed to undertaking formal design reviews, as we did with the quality review panel as well in the first quarter of 2020. It was extensive and it was detailed and I think very diligent, and we had a real partnership approach with Basildon County Council and with Essex County Council, which I thought worked extremely well.
Thank you. And how significant is it that, in your view and in your experience of projects of this scale, Ms. Jones, that we have had really only a handful of objections to the development, and that there's no third parties have sought to come to the inquiry to support the council's case?
Really, really significant, actually, because there was nothing that we did here that hid away from any possible determining authority or other stakeholder in terms of our engagement. We did everything we could, and clearly this was undertaken during a pandemic as well. So unfortunately, the majority of the consultations had to take place via virtual consultation, but we also ensured that we utilized one of the vacant retail units to have a window display. We had a website, so we did absolutely everything we could to engage. We really wanted to understand how people felt about the development proposals coming forward, to inform people, and also to respond to issues and considerations and any mitigations that we might want to put forward. So the limited number of representations that we received throughout all of those processes, and then subsequently when the planning application was submitted, I suppose you could probably conclude a number of matters with regard to that. I would say that people were actively engaged with us. We tried everything we could to have a really solid and firm dialogue about this scheme. So I'm hoping that the limited amount of representations and some objections that were received are representative of the efforts we made to explain the rationale for the scheme and the positive impacts that we felt that it was going to have for the Basildon community as a whole.
Thank you. I'd like to turn on now, please, to some matters in relation to the local plan. And yesterday we looked with Mr. Lowndes at your paragraph 813 on page 57 of your proof.
Yes.
And there you draw attention to the fact that there are important policy vacuums in relation to what is provided in the local plan, in relation to tall buildings, in relation to housing, meeting housing needs, and in relation to the promotion of mixed-use regeneration within the town centre. Do you consider those issues to be important issues that should be covered by development plan policy for the purposes of determining a scheme such as this?
Yes, they are important issues. They're very important policies, both strategically and in terms of restrictive policies. So yes, I would anticipate that you should have up-to-date policies dealing with regeneration of major town centres, and also identifying suitable locations for tall buildings. You refer to Stevenage and the development that I'm sort of concurrently working with actually both the council and Mace as a joint venture in terms of developing a huge swathe of Stevenage. And actually my application was submitted off the back of a newly adopted plan, which actually allocated a large area for redevelopment and had tall building policies identified within it.
Good. Now, I'll just say there's clarity about this, and maybe it's helpful just to deal with this point in the light of Mr. Edwards' re-examination of Mr. Lowndes yesterday when he went to the statement of common ground about policies B12 and TC1. Does the view you express at paragraph 813 in relation to the policy vacuum on meeting housing needs, promoting the mixed-use regeneration of the town centre, does any of that take away from or depart from what you've said about B12 and TC1, which you've said elsewhere in the proof are relevant?
No, not at all.
No.
They're relevant policies.
Yeah, and you deal with them in your proof at paragraph 611 and 613, or 611 to 613, pages 26 to 27.
Yes.
So you set out those the very policies from the adopted plan that were referred to in re-examination yesterday. You set them out, and you've said at 6.12 and 6.14 in relation to them, well, criteria, that's X, Y, and Z aren't relevant, but there is a criteria there that is, and in relation to TC1, the same point. You don't consider parts 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 are relevant, but there is a relevance in part 5. Are these policies that go to the heart of the issues the inspector's got to consider, or are they more of a more generic nature that you'd expect to find in any plan?
I guess clearly the latter. They're design policies, but they're also to inform the development. The design of a development to ensure the composition and impact, and any impacts are mitigated as part of the normal determination of any particular planning application. So they're general important policies, but yes, they would be utilised for most development proposals coming forward.
Thank you. I don't think we need to spend more time on that, especially as it's agreed that the tilted balance is engaged. I want to turn on now to one matter of approach, particularly as the inspectors asked us to deal with this in our final evidence session in relation to planning matters. That's the heritage balance exercise. And I just want to ensure that there is a common approach in relation to the principles, fully understanding that you're not the witness who's giving heritage evidence, and we're not going to trample over that ground again, which we spent so much time on last week. Just taking it in stages, the first point being that it's, as you understand it, is it the appellant's case that there is no harm to the heritage asset that's been identified?
Yes, correct.
So that's point number one. I'd like to put this point number two, I put to Mr. Lowndes yesterday, and happily he agreed with me, that if any harmful effect was considered to arise in relation to the heritage asset, the inspector can also weigh any positive heritage effects in that internal heritage balance before reaching a view on whether or not there was less than substantial harm. Is that your view as what the correct approach should be?
Yep, no, that's my view too.
Yeah. Mr. Lowndes agreed that, of course, he made the point, which he's perfectly entitled to do, that the council's case doesn't involve an acceptance of any positive heritage effects, but he agreed with me that that was the correct principle to follow. And then third point, if the inspector does find that there's less than substantial harm somewhere on the scale, is it correct in your view that that can be outweighed by the full basket of the benefits associated with the scheme in accordance with paragraph 202 of the framework?
Yep, absolutely. That's my full reading of it.
Your understanding, yeah. And that's, as we saw yesterday with Mr. Lowndes, that's what the All-Weather inspector did at paragraph, I think it's 117. We probably don't need to turn that up again, as I put it to Mr. Lowndes very recently. Agreed?
Yep. I agreed.
So via paragraph 202, is it correct in your understanding, Ms. Jones, that any heritage harm on the less than substantial scale is effectively neutralised by the benefits of the scheme as set out in your proof?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I don't think we need to spend any more time on that. It's helpful to just ensure that there's common ground between you and Mr. Lowndes. I think we've done that. Let's move on then to the tilted balance, which Mr. Lowndes agreed was engaged, and indeed says so in his proof. And for that, any adverse effects have been dealt with by other witnesses, and I'm not going to canvass the townscape points that Mr. Lowndes and Ms. Mark and Mr. McCower went through last week. We're not looking at that. We're going to look at the other side of the scales and the benefits that one needs to load into that tilted balance in order to take the overarching planning judgment that the inspector is asked to take by both parties, by both the council and by us, the appellants. I just want to get your view, please, on the approach that Mr. Lowndes took yesterday. And I'm going just to recap as to how he approached these matters. He went to your proof, and we're looking here, of course, at section 8 of your proof.
Yeah.
Where I'll invite you to turn now. It begins on page 56 and runs through to page 62. So 56 to 62. Which is headed up the tilted planning balance.
Yes.
And Mr. Lowndes was invited in his evidence in chief to review the matters set out from page 57 onwards in relation to the planning balance and all the factors that you load in. And he offered some comments in his evidence in chief. In relation to the benefits, as he went through them, he effectively discounted and reduced the weight that you had attached to these factors on 2 bases. One that he referred to on certain occasions was, he said there was setting impact. So the weight should be reduced from, let us say, substantial to moderate. And the other factor that he deployed to discount weight, these gains, the benefits that you set out, might be achievable or partly achievable by some other means. Do you recall him making those points?
Yep, I do.
Do you consider that is the correct approach?
No, I don't, which probably won't come as much as of a surprise. I think in terms of the first point you made, I mean, it's very clearly set out in my proof how methodically you need to address the tilted balance case. But I felt that Mr. Lowndes, I guess, got caught or trapped in relation to the heritage element, which led to a degree of double counting, because of course it's important that the overall balance exercise, as I've sought to do within my proof section 8, is undertaken at the end. So all the factors are taken into account. And I think therefore it's important to really consider how the benefits that I set out, particularly from paragraphs 8.32 onwards, within my proof, were largely either dismissed or discounted by Mr. Lowndes as being rather generic elements. They're certainly not generic.
We will come to them in turn, and I just wanted at this stage to understand your general approach to that exercise of discounting the benefits on the basis of either alleged impacts, as I put to Mr. Lowndes yesterday, should be on the other side of the balance, or on the basis of some alternative scheme, notional speculative scheme that he was suggesting might be able to provide the same outcome. On that point, can I just ask you, is there an alternative scheme waiting in the wings that generates the same gains in some other way?
No, there is no alternative scheme. And hopefully, as I addressed earlier on in this discussion, this development proposal didn't come forward in a vacuum. It was explored and debated at length. We identified with the council all of the opportunities and challenges, and we engaged with them on what was a bold vision for the regeneration and a catalyst for further transformative change within the town centre. And we really strongly believe that we're a core part of that, and that working in partnership with the local authority doing the pre-application and a large part of the determination process, we all were, moving forward on that journey together in terms of this delivery of a real vision for the town centre. So the scheme, and it's been set out incredibly well, I think, within the design and access statement, sets out that kind of overall process and the iterative approach in terms of looking at the development design and coming to a conclusion of how best we could optimize this, and looking at all the different strands, both in terms of economic and social and environmental benefits. And a core part of this overall scheme formulation was based on readaptability and reuse of existing fabric. So
I'm going to come to
on
those
that basis, there's no alternative scheme. It took us over 2 years to reach the scheme development and current application that we made, and obviously then subsequently amended twice during the course of determination on the basis of comments from Essex County Council and our own planning officers to fine-tune and improve the scheme once all the technical reports and assessments and environmental statements had been taken into account.
Thank you. So no alternative scheme, and so far as you're aware, I know you've looked at the evidence that's been provided, and indeed some of the emerging development plan documents that have been coming over the horizon during the course of December and January. Has the council produced any alternative viable scheme which delivers the same gains in some other way?
No, and I think this was covered quite comprehensively yesterday in terms of looking at the urban capacity study that was produced at the tail end of last year. No, they haven't.
Thank you. What I just want to do now is to run through with you the benefits that you set out in your proof, only insofar as it's necessary to do so, to comment, invite you to comment on anything that Mr. Lowndes said in relation to certain of the benefits. And we'll start with page 57, the heading, making the best and most effective use of land. And that is paragraphs 8, 16, 17 and 18. And you make the point in 817 there that sites predominantly retail use, and that 42% of those retail units are vacant. You make the point about the need for investment, and the fact that the scheme would reuse a significant amount of the existing structure, refurbishing and modernising approximately 10,500 square metres of existing retail floor space to provide high quality and flexible floor space optimised for a variety of commercial uses. And you attach substantial weight to that factor. And Mr. Lowndes discounted that on the basis, he said, of the setting impact. Do you stand by your judgment that substantial weight should attach to that factor?
Completely, particularly in terms of the increased pressure that's occurring to town centres, not just in Basildon, but around the country, with the twin impacts of COVID and acceleration towards online shopping, and particularly as well in accordance with new use Class E, which obviously encourages and understands the need for flexibility in town centres, and for flexibility for town centres to respond dynamically and proactively to all the challenges it faces. And I identified within paragraph 8.17 of my proof that currently on our site, 42% of the retail units are vacant. We thought long and hard about how we can introduce, viable social and economic factors. And I probably come on to this, so I might repeat myself, but
we don't want that. So,
but I'm just going to say though as well, that the hub part of that is particularly important, but I'm pretty sure I come on to that later on.
We'll come to the hub. Next heading is making a substantial contribution to housing supply and avoiding unnecessary release of greenbelt. We need to note in the margin here, that in 821 you refer there to the council's figure of 3.3 years. We need to put in the margin amended to 2.88 years.
Yes.
And of course a further NB of the Orwell decision of at max 2.5 years, which that's all come along since you wrote paragraph 821. So just make sure that's in the margin. Very substantial weight you attach to that factor. Again, Mr. Lowndes' comment about the harm outweighs the benefits, he said of that. So does that in fact affect the weight you should be attaching to the benefit of that factor associated with that factor as you load it into the balance?
No, it can only be assessed against that factor. And clearly there's very substantial weight. There's a huge housing delivery issue. I'm not going to go over the detail of that, but as we've discussed previously, it's a mandate for brownfield first and optimization of brownfield sites and urban regeneration and reducing pressure on the release of greenbelt and greenfield sites. So no, it's a tremendous opportunity to put 495 units, which have got a quick delivery time with a developer ready and willing to get on site. And I think I've given some dates and time periods within there as well about how quickly we can mobilise to cut on site once we got a planning consent.
Thank you. Move on then to the next heading, reinforcing the role of Basildon Town Centre, to which you attach substantial weight. Mr. Lown said in his evidence chief, well, I'm only going to attach moderate weight to that as it could be achieved by a better designed scheme. Is that an appropriate approach?
No, it's not an appropriate approach. Once again, I'm going to reiterate and reinforce that this scheme hasn't come forward in a vacuum. It came forward as part of a formal pre-application process and take into account lots of different material factors and views from determining authorities and statutory undertakers and so on. So it's the best scheme that it can be as part of the overall creativity, I think, of the design team, the accuracy of the technical team, and then the responsiveness we gave to comments from the local authority and from Essex County Council. I think it's one of the best schemes that we could produce here. And I do mention again the hub and the exhibition space. We thought long and hard about how we can actually make this a scheme for the local community as well and for local businesses, and make a space is really innovative. Actually, it's quite a new part of any proposal, certainly that I've been involved in terms of genuinely creating a true mixed use offer.
Understood. I'm not going to ask you about the design and the positive visual impact of proposals, because obviously that is although you attach substantial weight to that, that involves more subjective view, and isn't so easy to isolate and assess in terms of weight objectively. So I'm not going to trample over that ground. That's already dealt with in the other evidence we've heard last week. So turning to 8.32, the list there, the checklist, as it were, of the benefits associated with the scheme, which you grouped under the headings economic, social and environmental, taking your cue, of course, from the framework. Mr. Lowndes offered detailed comments in relation to the economic benefits, and then at that stage tended to sort of sweep all his other points to one side. He made them in a global way, saying that, well, those advantages will come forward with any well-designed scheme. I'm not going to run through every one of the points that he made, but he was discounting as he went through the list, again on the basis of alternatives. You mentioned in the sixth bullet point under economic benefits, the creation of 432 net additional jobs directly associated with the development, delivery of the refurbished retail units and hub workspace having economic multiplier effects, resulting in an additional 452 net additional indirect jobs across Basildon. That's about 1,000 jobs associated with this scheme, directly and indirectly. And you attach substantial weight to that factor. Mr. Lowndes said, oh no, I'm going to reduce that to moderate because hub workspace is universal. Those were his words exactly. Hub workspace is universal. What are your comments on the bespoke attachment of substantial weight to that factor that you've set out on page 59 as part of your analysis of the component parts of our proposals?
Really, really high, because as I've just mentioned, we did look at this as a genuinely mixed use scheme, and that one would bring lots and lots of benefits. Yes, we've sought to maximise residential on the site, and that will bring life and activity and hopefully encourage both the day and nighttime economy. But the scale of the additional jobs that will be created, and both direct and indirect, are commensurate with the scale of our ambition for the scheme, and particularly in terms, as I said, of this really innovative hub space and maker space, and the fact that it's only over the past couple of years where people have started to look more legitimately about how you can have the juxtaposition of, say, a maker type, which we used to classify obviously as B1C type space, albeit it can engage with all of the different employment elements, being juxtaposed next to retail units and residential, and being perfectly capable of sitting alongside each other. And that, once again, is what, it's not just about the generation of jobs, it's what's really going to encourage activity both within that block, but also spilling out as well to the wider town centre.
Thank you. And turning then to the social benefits on page 60, one sees that includes, well, Mr. Lowndes dismissed these. Well, they all flow from a high quality build to rent product, is what he said. And well, if one were to produce some other high quality build to rent scheme, then all of these other advantages that you set out would flow as well. If we look at what it is that you've identified and considered in turn here carefully, one notes points such as the provision of the on-site early years childcare facility, the revitalisation and refurbishment of over 10,500 square metres of existing retail floor space, the high quality design of the proposals in terms of townscape and public realm, the enlivening of the buildings surrounding the site and the split level walkways. Are those points that one can assume will flow from any build to rent scheme that might come forward?
No. Build to rent, it depends on the challenge that was given to the design team and the brief set by the client and what the development goals and ambitions were for the site, and then also in conjunction in discussion with the local authority and other stakeholders, what they wanted to see here as well. It's part and parcel of an evolving position that led to an overall package. So no, I think a lot of the elements of this scheme are very, very unique. They're very bespoke, trying to engage and engender the spirit of Basildon now and into the future. Also what townspeople want, thinking about what activities and groups there are already engaged in Basildon in terms of arts and the local working population. So no, the ambition for this, because it's so complex, both vertically and horizontally, and you've mentioned high pavement and low pavement and permeability and all the different uses and mixes. It's incredibly bespoke, actually, compared to many of other schemes I've worked on. And we've set the brief, for a build to rent operator coming forward on this site in terms of the internal communal areas that have been identified, and also the different character zones as well for the communal amenity space. That it's the design team, it's our client's ambition, and someone's going to have to come in and fulfill that as an operator. Thank you very much.
And then lastly, the environmental advantages, the benefits of the scheme, which you set out in the page 61. The last series of 7 points there. I'm not going to ask you to run through those, but is there anything there that you would want to revise the weight you attach in your proof in light of what Mr. Lowndes has said, or do you stand by those judgments?
I stand by all of those judgments, and we're in a climate change emergency, and Basildon are completely in accord with that as a council. So no, there's substantial weight to be associated with readaptability, adhering to the principles of whole life carbon cycle. They're a core to how the scheme was developed, and the sustainability credentials that we're prepared to have, restrictive conditions attached to us that we need to adhere to for the future sustainability of this scheme. It's incredibly important.
Thank you. And then you, at the foot of page 61, do the balancing exercise carefully. You set out factors potentially on the other side of the tilted balance. Got the impact on Brookhouse Point. As I say, that's been canvassed at length already in the whole of the first week of the inquiry. I'm not going back over that ground, but you, I think, in your assessment, factor in the evidence of your colleague witnesses and attach weight to that accordingly. The second point, allegedly deficient provision of private external amenity space, well, that falls away entirely.
Yes, yeah.
One of the three factors that were going into the balance, so we can strike that out. And then there's the design code point, for what it's worth. Well, we touched on that. I asked Mr. Lowndes about that in the last session rather than yesterday, when he was first called to give evidence. But can I just ask you a couple of points about the design code? Obviously, the application went in October 2020. For that full year, October 2020 to October 21, did the council ask you to supplement the design access statement in any way? Were there any unfulfilled requests in relation to the submission of further materials?
No, they weren't.
And then we've got the way this was dealt with in one of the documents I put on my list, E6, which is the putative reason for refusal committee report. I'll just ask you to turn that up.
Yes.
And it is E6, and I think it is page 63. For those who are working from the PDF. I'm not sure whether you've got hard copy or PDF version, Ms. Jones.
I've only got a hard copy, so I've already got to the page. I'm reading from paragraph 5.5.59 to 5.5.62.
I just check I've given everyone who is working from these documents electronically, I've given them the right page. I'm just tracking it down myself as well at the same time. Forgive me for the pause now while I just turn this up.
Sorry, what is the paragraph?
I think it's paragraphs around 5.559
to 5.562.
And I think it's on page 63 of the PDF version, if anyone's working from that rather than hard copy. Yeah, it's either 63 or 64. Do you have that, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Good. So we've got a heading design code, and there's 4 paragraphs coming in at the end of this section. And the writer of the report, so we've not had any opportunity to ask any questions of the person who wrote this report. But there we are, says importance of a landmark building, clear understanding of final built form, including finishes and quality. Design code approach to provide maximum clarity about design expectations in the early stage. The application as submitted provides a high-level design code. So that's what the council is saying. There is a high-level design code provided, yes?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, they've agreed that a design code was submitted.
And relies on the design and access statement to provide this design decision. Approach is then said to lack clarity, as this is the first time this has been suggested, and not seek to provide a high quality standard of design. Aim of it is a good design code. And then 5.560, the design code for later phases could be agreed by condition. Over the early phases, taller elements screen most prominently design code that creates the vision. Lack of clarity of this phase is not acceptable, it is said there. In relation to the outline element for plot 2, this, though lower in heights, it's adjunct, whatever that means, to the listed asset of Brookhouse, and a strong design code with clarity would have been a positive addition to the application. Now, we know that those words come directly from Mr. Dawson's letter, which
Yep.
is CDC 141, that we hadn't seen and wasn't disclosed to us until reference was made to it in Mr. Lowndes' proof, and we asked for it from the council. But I don't think we need to turn that up, because it should be common ground that that phrase would have been a positive addition is borrowed from Mr. Dawson's letter, page 2. Can I just be clear there, Ms. Jones, in your view, is would have been a positive addition? Is that the language of nice to have or the language of essential requirement?
Oh, the former. Yeah, nice to have.
Yeah. And then it goes on. In order to provide some assurance that the quality of the proposed development is both appropriate and Basildon and locked into future phases. And then there's a reference to the QRP. Can I take you to the Statement of Common Ground, please, which is in the same core document series E10.
Yes.
And I think this is page 33 of the appendix to the Statement of Common Ground.
Is this the list of conditions?
It is at the back. It's Appendix A to the Statement of Common Ground, and I think it's page 33 in the.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have page numbers, but I suspect you're going towards condition,
condition
19.
19. Yes, I think it's on page 33. Where the council propose that prior to the submission of any reserve matters applications for phase 2, a detailed design code for phase 2 shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority, and the design code shall have regard to the key principles of the Basildon Town Centre North DAS as originally submitted and as updated in the addendum dated July of last year. In your view, Ms. Jones, is that a lawful planning condition that meets the tests?
Yes, it is.
And does that give the council complete control over the detailed design of all elements of phase 2?
Yes, full control, and from recollection as well, that's strengthened by a requirement to also go to a quality review panel as well.
Thank you. Also, we'll come back to that in the context of the conditions session later. I think the only other, I think that's everything on the aspects of the council's case that might weigh on the other side of the balance, as it were. We've looked at Brookhouse elsewhere. Amenity space has fallen away. There's their point about the design code. Standing back from all that, Ms. Jones, and taking account of the changes that have taken place since you wrote this evidence, matters such as updates on 5-year housing land supply, council's figure coming down, Orwell inspector's decision that at the very, very highest supply was only 2.5 years, the falling away of the amenity space point. How do you see the scales lying when the tilted balance is weighed now at the close of the inquiry, factoring in the changes that have taken place since you wrote your evidence? Is it the same, or is it more? Is it less or more firmly tilted in favour of allowing the appeal?
I think I maintain, or possibly enhance, the fact that all these factors should weigh very significantly in favour of the presumption of sustainable development on this site.
Thank you. And there's only one footnote, I think, and that's in relation to the various regeneration strategy and master plan documents that are in the core documents going back 10 years. I haven't spent time on them in evidence in chief. The inspector knows what they are, and that they are there as part of the background documentation. What is their relevance in your view, these background documents in relation to the council trying to bring forward regeneration strategies over the last decade?
They're part and parcel, aren't they, of the chronology of ambition, consideration, and design development, and so many other factors in terms of the quite long and lengthy review and dialogue about how to regenerate Basildon. So I consider that they're material considerations as part of that overall exploration about how we've got to where we are today.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else that I've omitted to deal with that you were hoping I was going to deal with in examination in chief? I think I've covered all the points that were on my list, and I've dealt with the documents that we asked parties to have out.
No, I think it's covered off everything really comprehensively. I think the one thing I did want to emphasise, which I think has been carried out or conducted in evidence in chief with regard to the evolution of the proposals and the length of time and the influencing factors that led us to this final proposition.
Good. Thank you very much. That concludes evidence in chief.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hill. It's now 10:36. I think it's probably would be a good time to take a mid-morning break, and we'll come back after the break, and Mr. Edwards will have an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Jones. Okay, so we'll come back at, shall we say 11:10? 11:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's now 11:10. Just in terms of housekeeping matters, in the adjournment, I have received an updated copy of the SIL compliance statement. I haven't had a chance to have a look at it yet, but I will take that document. That's a final document, and I will take that document as IQ 17. Therefore, we won't be taking the interim document that was sent through from Essex County Council, because I've had a quick scan of it. It incorporates all of that. So we'll take that as IQ 16. Okay, thank you very much. At the beginning of the adjournment, I received the email with the documents to turn up for Mr. Edwards and Ms. Hall. So thank you very much. I've got that. Would you like to cross-examine the witness, Mr. Edwards?
Good morning, Ms. Jones.
Morning.
Morning. Ms. Jones, there are 6 topics I'd like your help with, please. I'll identify what those topics are at the beginning of the exercise so we can know together what ground we're going to cover. Firstly, there are some points of introduction and context relating to your evidence. That's topic 1. Topic 2, the development plan. Topic 3, other policy and guidance. Topic 4, policy approach to tall buildings. Topic 5, benefits, and topic 6, design code. So that is the ground I hope we will cover together. As with Mr. Hill, I've obviously revised the topics that we need to discuss in light of the resolution of the residential living conditions matter. So hopefully we're going to be a little shorter than I'd anticipated in my pre-inquiry time estimate. So, Ms. Jones, can we just then begin, and I hope briefly, with the introductory point? The inspector, in advance of the public inquiry, and again on the opening day of the inquiry, identified 2 principal considerations for discussion at the inquiry. The first of those essentially is impact on townscape, and the second is impact on the historic environment. So far as those main considerations are concerned, Ms. Jones, I take it that the principal evidence that the appellant relies upon in terms of the impact of the proposed development on townscape is the evidence that the inquiry received last week from Ms. Markham and from Mr. McCallagh. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And similarly, on the second consideration, which is impact on the historic environment, the evidence that the appellant relies upon is the evidence given last week by Ms. Markham, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So on that basis, you and I do not need to discuss at this stage of the appellant's case detailed matters relating to that impact, do we?
No, we don't.
Right, good, thank you, good. We move on then briefly to topic 2, which is the development plan. And in light of the helpful clarification that you gave during the course of your evidence in chief, I think we can deal with this relatively briefly. It is, Ms. Jones, common ground between us that the only 2 policies in the adopted development plan, they are saved policies that are referred to in the putative reasons for refusal, of BAS B12 and BAS TC1, aren't they?
Correct, yes. Yes.
Thank you. And so far as those policies are concerned, if we can turn together to the position that you set out in your proof relating to those policies in paragraph 6.10. So your proof, paragraph 26, please.
Yes, I'm on that page.
Paragraph 6.10, Ms. Jones, you refer to the 2 policies that I've just referred you to. And in the second sentence of paragraph 6.10, you say these policies were found to be compliant with the NPPF 2018 version and weight can be given to those policies. Do you see?
Yes, yes. Yeah, I can see that.
And that element of your evidence has been essentially supplemented by the common ground that's been reached between the appellant, the Rule 6 party, and the local planning authority set out in core document E9. We don't need to turn it up. It's the document that sets out the parties' positions on the adopted policies.
Yes.
Within the table embedded in core document E9, those two policies are assessed against the current iteration of the framework and the common ground of the parties as though policies, insofar as relevant, are compliant with the NPPF, aren't they?
Yes, I agree with that.
Indeed. And also in that same core document E9, which again the inquiry has been referred to, the parties identify policies BAS BE12 and BAS TC1 as being the most important policies for consideration in terms of the determination of this application, don't they?
Well, they're policies to be determined in the course of this application, yes.
Well, I just want to be clear about this because this may be of some importance in terms of the inspector's decision making and the engagement of paragraph 11. You may have it available, but core document E9, let's just open it up, please.
Sorry, can you bear with me, please?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Apologies, it's a little bit tricky
No way.
navigating on my other screen.
So take your time, Ms. Jones. Just let me know and let me.
No, apologies. I've got it. I've got it up in front of me now.
All right. Well, if you're on page 1 of that document, or the first page, you'll see under the subheading Town Square Position Statements, the following text: the SAVE policies of the development plan listed below are considered to be the most important for the case. And the table below addresses the compatibility of the SAVE policies to the extent relevant to the and the reasons for refusal with the 2021 NPPF. Now, we've dealt with the second part of that sentence in the exchange we've just had. The first part of the sentence, the SAVE policies below could be the most important for the case, and the two policies identified are B12 and TC1, aren't they?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And that was the position that was agreed between the parties on the 14th of December of last year, and nothing's changed, has it, Ms. Jones?
No, nothing's changed.
Thank you. So I didn't anticipate there'd be any disputes to this in light of the evidence you gave. So we can just bring that together. It is common ground that the policies of the adopted development plan that are most important for this case are B12 and TC1.
In that context, yes.
Yeah, thank you. And secondly, it is common ground between us that those two policies, as indeed is recorded in the table that begins on page 2 of this document E9, are policies that are consistent with the 2021 NPPF.
Yep, I agree with that. Yeah.
And therefore, on that basis, the inspector is entitled to attach weight to those policies.
Yes.
Okay, good, excellent. Thank you very much. And just to avoid coming back to this later in our exchange, Ms. Jones, even though in the context of the tilted balance in paragraph 11D, policies are deemed to be out of date in or the most relevant policies are deemed to be out of date in circumstances where there is no 5-year housing loan supply and there is a shortfall in delivery against the housing delivery targets. You understand that policies deemed out of date can still be given weight in the tilted balance, don't you?
But relevant up-to-date policies can still be given weight in terms of the tilted balance case. Yes, I agree. It doesn't exclude looking at those relevant policies, no.
Thank you very much indeed. So, thank you. Good. Can we then move on then to topic 3, which is other policy and guidance? And what I'd like to do is just to make sure that I understand your position, indeed, I hope establish some common ground in terms of the materiality and weight to be attached to non-development plan policy and guidance. Firstly, can we deal briefly, please, with the 2020 draft master plan and regeneration strategy? Again, I don't think we need to turn them up, Ms. Jones.
Okay.
Or note, they are respectively core documents B10, that's the draft master plan, and B9, which is the regeneration strategy. Right. And again, for the inspector's note, we address these matters in a series of paragraphs beginning at paragraph 627 of your proof.
Yes, I do.
So we might just have those paragraphs open then, which is on page 28 of the printed version of your proof.
Yes, sorry, I've got them in front of me.
All right. And we can see set out under the heading, the draft Basildon Town Centre Master Plan, above 627, a series of paragraphs. And then on the facing page, the Basildon Town Centre Regeneration Strategy 2020.
Yes.
In above 631. And on the latter, you reach a conclusion at paragraph 6.40, which is at the top of page 30 of your evidence.
Yes, I'm there.
About the voting intentions to make the regeneration strategy a vision, etc. And then in the last sentence of paragraph 640, you say it should therefore be given weight as a material consideration in this appeal.
Yes, yeah.
That was the position as you set it out in your main proof of evidence, which was served in December. Is that still your position, Ms. Jones?
Yes, it's still my position that they remain as material considerations in so far as they were part of the emerging context and review for Basildon.
Thank you. Well, can we just explore that point a little between us then, Ms. Jones, to see where the ground lies on that and the building blocks lie in terms of the inspector's determination of this matter. Firstly, I think it's common ground between us, and it's indeed a matter of fact that neither the draft master plan nor the regeneration strategy formally have the status of supplementary planning documents, do they?
No, they don't, no.
The draft master plan remains in draft. It hasn't been
Yes.
progressed in draft. And the regeneration strategy is a document that was produced by the council, but not produced as a planning document, was it? It was produced and published by the council's regeneration arm.
Yep, that's correct.
And therefore neither are adopted planning, certainly not planning policy, neither are they adopted planning guidance, are they?
No, they're not, no.
And as you will recall from the Orwell appeal, where there was some discussion at length on this topic, and also from the council's evidence at this inquiry, the council no longer seeks to pursue the vision set out within the regeneration strategy, does it?
No, it doesn't, no.
And the suite of documents that the council has published during December and into January of this year, for the purposes of submission to the local plan examination process, set out a new approach to assessment of urban capacity, don't they?
Yes.
And as far as the 2020 draft master plan and regeneration strategy are concerned, can we just look to see how Inspector Rose of the Orwell appeal dealt with these matters? And that's core document E25.
I've got it in front of me.
And Ms. Jones, I know you attended the Orwell inquiry. I think you submitted a proof of evidence, but in the event you weren't called as a witness. That's right. Isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Good. And you also recall from your attendance at the Orwell inquiry, there was some considerable debate between the parties, certainly between the appellant and the local planning authority, as to the status and weight to be attached to these two documents, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. Yeah.
And then if we look, please, at the way Mr. Rose addressed the documents in E25, can we turn, please, to printed page 6? And on printed page 6, you'll see a subheading, which is just above paragraph 31, planning and related guidance. Do you see?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And Mr. Rose assesses the 2020 master plan and regeneration strategy in paragraph 35.
Yes.
And then I don't need to trouble you with that paragraph, but if we then go on to paragraph 36, we can see that Mr. Rose says as follows: although the regeneration strategy is relevant to the processing of the planning application, the council is working towards a replacement strategy based on a further urban capacity study. Accordingly, the regeneration strategy has no formal policy status or weight in my consideration of the appeal. You see?
Yep. Yes, I can see that. Yes.
So, obviously, you're entitled to your view, Ms. Jones, but as far as Mr. Rose is concerned in his decision letter of the 17th of December, against the background of there being considerable discussion at that inquiry and before him concerning the status and weight of these documents, his conclusion is as recorded in paragraph 36, isn't it?
It is, and yes, and in fact, I'm not relying on those documents to directly support our scheme.
Thank you. And you
They
don't.
are-
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Ms. Jones.
No, sorry, I was just going to reiterate that, you know, they're part of the chronology of discussions and various emergent documents that were in the context of the evolution of our scheme.
Thank you very much indeed. And I take it from that answer that you don't disagree or invite the inspector to disagree with what is set out by way of a conclusion in paragraph 36 of Mr. Rose's decision letter, do you?
No, I don't. As I said at the beginning, I still consider that they're, you know, material considerations as part of the overall chronology of discussions.
So if I can just encapsulate your position in this way, you consider that they are material consideration as part of the chronology before the inspector in terms of approach to Basildon Town Centre and the evolution of the scheme, but they're not material considerations to which weight should be attached in terms of the overall planning balance and the determination of this appeal. Is that the position?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the approach taken by Inspector Rose.
That's very clear. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And then can we turn then secondly to the 2012 master plan, which is core document A12.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
And we might want to have that document in front of us actually. So can we go to A12? I see you have it in printed form, Ms. Jones. Do you?
I do, yes.
It's all right. And this is a 2012 document, and this was and remains supplementary planning guidance, doesn't it, or supplementary planning document?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Now, obviously, I will preface the questions I put to you by obviously recognising it is 2012, and you know, the council's development requirements and needs have evolved since 2012, Ms. Jones, and we have to obviously consider the document in that context, don't we?
Yes, absolutely.
Good. And that indeed is the point that Mr. Rose recorded in his decision letter, as we both know. But as far as this document is concerned, it does set out an approach, doesn't it, in terms of future evolution of Basildon Town Centre.
It does set out approach at a point in time, which is obviously now very out of date.
Well, and it is still supplementary planning document guidance, as you said.
It is, albeit of course we know the local authority has determined that they're going to revoke it.
Well, it certainly hasn't gone to council for revocation at this stage.
No, not yet, no.
And it was fair. I don't think you criticised the documents as not being based upon a reasonable and thorough assessment of the existing context of Basildon Town Centre, do you, in terms of its sort of townscape, height scale, and arrangement of existing development?
Well, only insofar as it's one part in time. It's a very dated document and obviously doesn't take account of the more recent emerging and built developments within the town.
Right. What do you have in mind in terms of new development in Basildon since the document was published that changes the context in which, in terms of the existing townscape, this advice was formulated, Ms. Jones?
I mean, there have been a number of developments, including the South Essex College and also the cinema complex. And of course, we've had the recent decision for Orwell. You know, yes, of course, I don't disagree that this is still interim supplementary planning document, which the full intention, of course, that it was to be reviewed, I think, within about 7 years from recollection. And of course, that process did start, which led to the various SPDs and regeneration strategies that we've just spoken about in 2020. Yes, as I say, I can't deny that it's still interim SPD. I just have to keep reiterating that it is very, very old document now as well at 2012.
Well, I understand your position on that, Ms. Jones. Can I just then briefly recall between us what this document advises in terms of any densification or increase in scale and height of development in the town centre? You're obviously familiar with it. Can we just look briefly at page 27, please?
Sorry, I'm trying to find the.
Yeah, they're very
numbers.
In the printing. They're in the bottom right-hand corner of the page. Well, certainly page 27, it's bottom right-hand corner. It's rather faint in the black shading.
Oh, do you know what the black shading? For some reason, I don't have the full box.
Oh,
Could you possibly advise me which section it is, please?
Yeah. In section 6.4, the paragraph that I'd like draw your attention to is paragraph 6.418. That helps. 6.18.
618, did you say?
It's section 6.4, and in particular, paragraph 6.418.
Okay, I'm there.
Oh, sorry, 6.4.18, under subheading the town centre building heights.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly the point and exactly the section, Ms. Jones. Do you want to just, to save me reading out, do you want to just remind yourself of 6.418 and 6.419 for a moment?
Yes, I mean, I'll just read it out because it helps me to read it out in any event. In summary, so 6.4.18, the average building height in the town centre core ranges with 3 to 4 stories.
Yeah.
And then the height profile reflects a tradition established early on in the development of Basildon. And then 6.4.19, future town centre development should seek to achieve a consistent higher density character, although scale and massing should vary to complement context and setting. And new development should also raise the overall townscape height average to a proposed recommended new average of 4 to 7 stories. Is that sufficient? And
yeah, I
captured most of it?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind yourself of it, Ms. Jones. And we can see there that so far as this guidance is concerned, it is, first of all, recognising that the average building height within the central core is 3 to 4 stories. And I don't think there's any dispute between the appellant and the local planning authority that still remains current, does it, Ms. Jones?
No, it doesn't. Obviously, there's some variations to that and other tall buildings which have been outlined in others' proofs in terms of the character of the townscape. But no, I don't disagree with that as a general point.
Exactly, and we can see that there is then an identification of a acceptable approach to higher density development within the town, but is it indicating that that should lead to an average of 3 to 4 stories in terms of new buildings, doesn't it?
Yep. No, that's correct.
And if we then just to complete this exercise, just go over the page 20, and for your it's paragraph 6.4.22 and 6.4.23.
Yes.
We can see there's a reference to taller buildings. Anticipate that at an early stage of the master plan, new development at Station Quarter will take the form of medium to higher rise buildings. Recently completed tall icon building adjacent to the railway station is 10-storey, and the opportunity to incorporate further similar tall elements in this area could be considered. Do you see?
Yes, I can see that. Yes.
That's Station Quarter area is what the document's referring to there. And the appeal site, I don't think is in the Station Quarter area, is it, in this document?
No, I don't think it was considered for redevelopment at this point.
Absolutely. Well, that's then the next point. And if we look at the facing page for the paragraph I've just taken you to, we can see there that there is no indication, is there, in terms of what is shown in that paragraph of introduction of a tall building on the appeal site, is there?
No, there isn't, no.
And okay, so you are entirely right and at liberty to say this is a document from 2012. Development needs have obviously evolved in terms of what needs to be delivered in Basildon district since 2012. But as I said, I don't understand you to be critical of this document in terms of it not actually properly considering and understanding the existing context on which any increase in density of development would be introduced.
Well, as of 2012, I guess I have to keep repeating that, and obviously it's out of context with the mandate from central government now in terms of brownfield first and optimizing sites and making the most of sustainable development. So there's a lot of other context, is what I'm trying to say, has come forward.
I think it made it sound rather clumsy in the way I put the question. I appreciate obviously one has to look at policy, evolution, and things of that nature. But in terms of the existing built context of Basildon, which was used as the starting point, as it were, to look at what would be appropriate by way of evolution in terms of increased density, other than the changes that you've identified, such as the new cinema development in the Essex College, you don't suggest there is anything either wrong or changed with regard to the existing context, do you?
as a study at a point in time, I'll keep reiterating it's very out of date. There's been a change in context and a change in emphasis. And this, I guess, is why the local authority were looking to review it as required within their document.
And just so I'm clear on this, Ms. Jones, the change in context in terms of the built form of the town centre that you're referring to, you refer to Essex College, you refer to the cinema, and you refer to the Orwell appeal decision. Anything else in terms of changing the built context?
I could probably spend some time looking through other developments that have occurred during that period, but I don't necessarily want to spend the time doing that. Clearly, there have been other proposals within the intervening time period, but I guess what you're trying to say to me that at this point in time in 2012, that was a reasonable review of the character of the town centre, which I obviously wouldn't disagree with.
And I've asked, well, that's part of the point, Ms. Jones, and I think the other part of the exchange we've had between us is what has changed in terms of the existing character and form of the town centre. I've given you the opportunity, you've referred to Essex College, you've referred to the cinema, and you referred to Orwell. And just, is there anything else you want to specifically draw the inspector's attention to at this stage?
Well, I can find it within my proof, but clearly as well, there's been a recent approval for GS8, which is the retail park proposal for up to 11 stories. And there's been various other proposals and commitments that are referred to within my proof of evidence as well, that are part of the changing context, fabric and sort of building heights and variations within the town centre, which is what you would expect to evolve over the course of that period of time between 2012 and 2022.
Thank you. And thank you very much indeed, Ms. Jones. The inspector will obviously make a note of that and refer to those. As far as GS8 is concerned, that is the development I think that Inspector Rose considered in his report, wasn't it, as one being rather peripheral to the town centre, wasn't
it? Yes, I mean that's how it's been described. Yes.
And in any event, it's common ground between us, and we've looked at this already, that as far as the core of the town centre is concerned, you accept that what is set out in the 2012 SPD in terms of it generally being 2 to 4 stories remains the case.
Well, obviously, aside from the major commitment that's come forward with the Orwell decision to the south, immediate south of our site, which obviously permits buildings up to 17 stories.
Good. Can we then move on to the second element, please? The third element, I should say, under this broad heading of other policy and guidance. We can deal with this briefly, I think. The emerging local plan, Ms. Jones, and you can put core document A12 to one side now.
Okay.
The emerging local plan, again, it's common ground between us that at its stage of advancement towards adoption, the policy should be given only limited decision-making weight.
Mm-hmm.
And that's set out as is agreed in the Statement of Common Ground at paragraph 6.7. And as far as the evidence base for and in support of the emerging local plan, obviously documents have been published over the last month or so and continue to be published in relation to that. At the inspector's invitation, a Statement of Common Ground was agreed between the parties on the weight to be attached to the recent published local plan supporting documents. And as far as the documents that were published in December is concerned, the appellant's position is they should be given very limited weight. And that
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Can we then move on to the next topic in terms of other policy and guidance, which is the NPPF. So can I ask you to take out the framework, please?
Yep.
Now, I just want to begin with the application here of the tilted balance. So would you go to paragraph 11D, please? 11D.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, there is no dispute between the parties that the tilted balance is engaged here, Ms. Jones.
Yes, I agree.
There are a number of gateways that lead to the tilted balance, including the absence of a 5-year housing land supply and the shortfall in terms of delivery against the housing delivery test on there. Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Now, in terms of the tilted balance, can we just look, please, at paragraph 11D, where there are no development plan policies or the policies which are most important for determining the application of out-of-date granting planning permission, unless One, the application of policies in the framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance provide a clear reason for refusing the development proposed. Do you see?
Yes, I do see. Yeah.
That then links to footnote 7, and we can see that in footnote 7, the policies in the framework that protect areas and assets include policies relating to designated heritage assets, don't they?
Yes. Yeah.
So I appreciate the appellant's cases that there is actually no harm, indeed positive benefit to the historic environment, in this case, including Brook House as a heritage asset, designated heritage asset. But Ms. Jones, can I just be clear? It's common ground between us that if you lose on that point, if the inspector forms the view that there is harm to Brook House as a designated heritage asset, then so far as the tilted balance is concerned, paragraph D1 is engaged, isn't it?
Yes, paragraph D is engaged, yes.
Paragraph D1, Ms. Jones, is engaged.
Yes, but of course, the review of harm in relation to Brook House, one would need to look at weigh that against overwhelming benefits that would outweigh any
yes.
less than substantial harm.
Yeah, absolutely. If the inspector were to form the view that there is harm to Brook House, then of course the inspector would have to then carry out the paragraph 122 balancing exercise of any harm, less than substantial harm against public benefits.
202, I think.
202, forgive me.
202.
202,
Yes.
forgive me, 202. 202 is engaged, and in those circumstances, the inspector would have to consider the operation of paragraph 10, 11D1, wouldn't she?
Yes.
Thank you, good. And then separately from that, we, paragraph 11D2, any impacts of so doing would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of the framework taken as a whole. And again, there's no dispute between us that element of the tilted balance would be engaged.
Yep.
As far as any harm relating to areas other than those identified in footnote 7, Ms. Jones, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And that would include the townscape harm that the council alleges in this case.
Yes. Yep.
Good, thank you. Good. So effectively, depending upon the conclusion the inspector reaches with regard to impact on heritage assets, potentially both limbs of paragraph 11D are engaged.
Yes.
Good, okay, thank you. And that's common ground between us. Right, then so far as paragraph 11D2 is concerned, whether adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole, Ms. Jones. Those policies within the framework taken as a whole would include paragraphs 130 and 134, wouldn't they, of the framework, which are directed at achieving well-designed places.
Yes. Yep.
And you're familiar with those policies. You might just have them open for a moment, please. So if you have the framework in its printed form, it's pages 38 and 39.
I do. I have them open.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. There's nothing in section 12 of the framework that contains these two policies at 130 and 134, or indeed anywhere else in the framework, that suggests that inherently less weight should be given to the considerations within those policies in circumstances where there's no 5-year housing land supply, is there?
No, I think as we've agreed, it is relevant to look at policies and how you apply weight to those policies, but of course not to ignore the fact in terms of the tilted balance that will weigh very significantly in favour of the proposal where there's a sufficient and detrimental requirement for housing, as is the case here.
Yeah, I think that was a yes to my answer, Ms. Jones. Can I just go back to put the question to you again? There's nothing, obviously the tilted balance will operate in the way provided by 11D, but there's nothing to indicate that in circumstances where there's an absence of 5-year housing land supply, a decision maker should give inherently less weight to paragraph 130 or 134, is there?
And still weight to be applied to to policies that are considerations to the case, absolutely.
And the fact that there is
So I'm going to take that as a yes to the question I put to you. And more generally, the fact that there may be a housing supply constraint or a housing delivery constraint does not in itself inherently reduce the importance to achieving well-designed places, does it?
It doesn't reduce the importance of creating well-designed places, no.
And it is therefore just as important to create well-designed places in circumstances where there is a supply and delivery constraint as it is in circumstances where there is not.
Yes, which I've carefully set out within my planning balance within my section of the proof at 8.15 onwards. I've taken all of those circumstances into account.
We'll come to that in a moment, Ms. Jones. Similarly, in your proof, understandably, you draw particular attention and emphasis to the guidance in Chapter 11 of the NPPF concerning making effective use of land.
Yes.
And in particular, you draw attention to a paragraph 120 and the various considerations set out within it, including giving substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land, etc.
Yes.
Okay. And again, can I just take it, Ms. Jones, that there's nothing in Section 11 or Chapter 11 of the NPPF or elsewhere that in terms of making effective use of land and brownfield land opportunities, that the decision maker should attach less weight to the objectives in the very next section of the NPPF in terms of achieving well-designed places? Is there?
No, which once again I've addressed in the balance of my proof at paragraphs 8.26 to 8.28 in terms of the design and the positive visual impact of the proposals in general terms.
And therefore, Ms. Jones, the inspector can note that your position is, and it is therefore common ground, that ensuring that the kind of considerations that are addressed in paragraph 130 of the framework to achieve well-designed places apply with as much weight and importance to development on brownfield land as they do to development elsewhere.
Correct, yes.
Very much indeed. Good, thank you. And then finally, please, on this topic, obviously achieving well-designed places, which is Chapter 12 of the NPPF, I think needs to be considered alongside the government's National Design Guide, doesn't it, Ms. Jones?
Yes, yep, don't disagree with that.
And indeed, just as we're for a segue between the two, if you have the NPPF still available and you turn to paragraph 134.
Yes.
We can see that paragraph 134 begins, development that is not well designed should be refused, especially where it fails to reflect local design policies and government guidance on design. And then there's a footnote, in this case number 52, that refers expressly to the National Design Guide, doesn't it?
Yes, correct.
And therefore, Mr. Jones, is it your understanding, because it's certainly ours, that essentially the National Design Guide assists in terms of the implementation of the objectives in Chapter 12 of the NPPF?
Yes, it links between the two.
Can we then just turn briefly to one reference in the National Design Guide to ensure that there's no dispute between us? So would you go, please, to core document A9?
Yes, sorry, bear with me. I've got it in front of me.
Good. Right. Can we turn, please, in core document A9 to it's internal page 21? No, page 20, forgive me, internal page 20.
Yes, I've got that in front of me.
And this is within a section of the design guide that begins just 2 pages earlier on page 18, where it's addressing built form. You see that?
Sorry, can you take me to that again, please?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to ask you a question about page 20. I'll ask you for confirmation of something on page 20. But to put that in context, if you take in the document towards the front of the document to page 18.
Page 18.
Yeah, page 18, 1-8.
Yep.
And you can see that there's a heading built form. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then the paragraphs that then follow, including those on page 20, are in the context of the guide as it applies to built form.
Yes.
Okay. And can we just look, please, briefly at page 20, paragraph 71?
Yes.
It says that proposals for tall buildings and other buildings with a significant larger scale or bulk than their surroundings
require special consideration. This includes their location and siting, relationship to context, impact on local character, views and sightlines, and then composition and other matters. Do you see?
Yes, I can see all of that. Yes.
It concludes in that paragraph, these need to be resolved satisfactorily in relation to the context and local character. See?
Yes, I see that.
Ms Jones, I don't suppose there is any dispute between us that this part of the National Design Guide is actually relevant, because as you accept, the scheme does propose 4 tall buildings, doesn't it?
Well, our development has been designed in accordance with those key tenets of good placemaking and associated considerations with regard to tall buildings.
So the answer is yes, that's my question.
Yes, yes, it goes without saying.
Yeah, and therefore you would therefore invite the inspector, in accordance with the National Design Guide, to consider the proposals for tall buildings and ensure that they are addressed by reference to requiring special consideration.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I mean, I should point out, as part of all of this discussion, obviously, where we have a position whereby we cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, that there should obviously, which I think is what you're seeking to do at the moment, give an assessment of the weight applied to the relevant restrictive policies and how each of those should be addressed, which is what I've dealt with in section 8 of my proof of evidence.
Yes. Mr. I just want to be clear about this. I mean, plainly, the tilted balance operates in the way provided by 11D, but I think
yes,
like the exchange we've already had, you don't say that inherently in circumstances where there is a supply shortfall or a delivery shortfall, that inherently the policies within the framework supplemented by the guidance attract in some way more limited weight or less importance should be attached to achieving well-designed places.
I don't disagree that you should be providing for well-designed places.
And the same weight applies to those policies inherently as applied in any other circumstances.
Where the policies are relevant and up to date.
Good, thank you very much indeed. Good, thank you. We can then move on. You can put the design guide away then for a moment, Ms Jones. Actually, you can put it away full stop because we're not going to come back to it. Can I then turn to topic 4, which is the policy approach to tall buildings? Now, these series of questions are prompted by the evidence that you give in your proof, beginning on page 44. So could we just turn to your proof, please? Page 44.
Yeah, bear with me. Yes, I've got it here in front of me.
And on page 44, above paragraph 723, there's a subheading tall buildings.
Yes.
And then a series of paragraphs under that subheading. Now, Ms Jones, as I understand it, you are not trespassing on the townscape assessment or the historic environment assessment given by other witnesses in terms of the impact of these tall buildings, are you? That you've confirmed. Yeah.
No, not at all. They're set up very comprehensively within the submitted plan application documents.
Well, and in the evidence given to the inquiry by other witnesses, Ms Jones.
And the evidence provided by the other witnesses, absolutely.
What you are, as I understand, doing in this section is you're setting out some sort of policy, you're setting out a policy approach to assessment of the acceptability of tall buildings within the location of the appeal site, aren't you? Yes, I am. Yes, I'm given an indication of all the various factors that need to be taken into account in terms of tall buildings, identification of acceptable locations, and then all the key ingredients in terms of developing the case for them. I would suggest that my section within my proof was not intended as a replacement of the full and comprehensive review that's undertaken within the design and access statement, section 5, that's included as, I think, core document C3. Understood, Ms Markham. Thank you. Sorry, Ms Markham. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Understood. Now, just help me with this. In the section that begins assessment on page 45, on page 45, paragraph 733 of your evidence.
733. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You then set out a series of paragraphs that refer to various documents and guidance that you say inform the consideration of the acceptability of the tall buildings as proposed. What you don't refer to in that section are paragraphs 130 and 134 of the NPPF, do you?
No, I don't know. No.
And that is, we've looked at those paragraphs already briefly, and they're in the section that involves achieving well-designed places. Ms. Jones.
Yes, and obviously I acknowledge that they're important as material considerations, as I set out within page 31 of my proof of evidence. I've just not repeated them here.
Ms. Jones, just to be clear then, it is common ground between us that in terms of the assessment of the acceptability of tall buildings as proposed in this location, it is right and proper for the inspector to have regard to paragraphs 130 and 134 of the framework, isn't it?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Even though you don't refer to it in this section of your proof when you're dealing with that assessment.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. And can I suggest to you, Ms. Jones, it's not just a material consideration in circumstances where effectively the determination of the application is guided by the policies of the framework, as it is here because of the operation of the tilted balance. It is those paragraphs in particular that provide the policy for the consideration of the assessment of the acceptability of these tall buildings, isn't it? Because that's the policy that deals with achieving well-designed places.
It's a material consideration in terms of how the ingredients for the design of good places. And I suppose we could refer back to the fact that we've already agreed that within terms of the two policies that are relevant to the determination of this appeal within the adopted local plan, which refer to design, and effective and good design. Yes, I've already agreed that that's a core part of the consideration of this planning application.
And also a core part of the consideration of the acceptability of tall buildings in this location as proposed, at paragraph 130 and 134 of the framework, Ms. Jones. That must be right, isn't it?
Yes, they're considerations, yes.
No. A core consideration will be those paragraphs, because those are the part of the national policy framework against this, which this appeal proposal will be considered, that are designed to achieving well-designed places, Ms. Jones. They are the core.
Well, they're key tenets of what we set out within our proposal, and the spirit and intention of all of that is set out within all our supporting documents and the DAS and the drawings as they're laid out.
Key tenets. Thank you very much. I'll take that. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Key tenets. Why didn't you refer to those policies when carrying out your assessment of the acceptability of these tall buildings, Ms. Jones?
As I said, the reference to those paragraphs are referred to in page 31 and various other areas within my proof of evidence. The tall building section within my proof of evidence from page 44 onwards is a summary. There's no reason why it shouldn't have included it. And I'll agree with you here that they can be included as part of that, but there was no reason for the omission.
Right, I'll make submissions on that in due course. Just before we move on, please, Ms. Jones, one of the other documents that you refer to in this section of your evidence concerning tall buildings is the Historic England Tall Buildings Advice Note, and we can see that you refer to that in paragraph 731 of your proof.
Yes, yep.
And that is in the section that deals with the policy and guidance concerning tall buildings, doesn't it?
Yes, yep.
The inspector has, and the inquiry have that document as core document A4.
Yeah.
Good. And Ms. Jones, just before we just look at one or two references in that document, you obviously referred to it in the section of your proof where you are considering policy and guidance related to tall buildings, and you would invite the inspector to have regard to this, wouldn't you, in terms of looking at the acceptability of the tall buildings as proposed?
They're common building blocks for an assessment for tall building, which we've set out comprehensively within our proposal and the various supporting documents.
Thank you very much indeed. Can we then, if you have core document A4 available, please, when you turn within it to printed page 5. Actually, sorry, forgive me, that's the wrong reference. It's printed page 10 in section 5.
Yes.
And you'll see that this is in a section headed Assessing Proposals.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's precisely what this inspector is doing, isn't it? Assessing a proposal here.
Yes.
And therefore, it's right and proper for the inspector to have regard in particular to this section, Ms. Jones.
As the inspector will have done when the relevant evidence was provided last week by my fellow witnesses on townscape and heritage matters.
Right, well, can we look in section 5 then, please, of paragraph 5.5? Again, just to save time, I'll just read it, Ms. Jones. When considering any proposal that has an adverse effect on designated heritage assets through development within its setting, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation and any harm requiring a clear and convincing justification. In assessing this justification and in any weighing, weighing any public benefits offered by a tall building proposal, planning authorities will need to pay particular regard to the policies in paras 8 and 9 of the framework that state that economic, social, and environmental gains are sought to be jointly and simultaneously. So I'll read that sentence again. Economic, social, and environmental gains are to be sought jointly and simultaneously in order to deliver positive improvements to the quality of the built, natural, and historic environment. And then it says this may involve the examination of alternative designs or schemes that might be more appropriate because they can deliver public benefits alongside positive improvements to the local environment. If a tall building is harmful to the historic environment, then without careful examination of the worth of any public benefits that the proposed tall building is set to deliver, and of the alternative means of delivering them, the planning authority is unlikely to be able to find a clear and convincing justification for cumulative harm. Do you see that?
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
No reason why the inspector shouldn't apply that guidance, Ms. Jones.
Well, clearly in the context of the planning history for this site and all of the discussion that we've had about alternative schemes. I mean, there is no alternative scheme set here before the inspector, but I've set out very clearly as per paragraph 132, I believe, of the MPPF, the requirement to engage proactively and positively with local authorities and other stakeholders in relation to looking at options for the best scheme for a particular site. And that was undertaken through at least 18 months of pre-application consideration. So I feel very much it's been proven through the evidence submitted in the planning application documentation that all of the requirements under paragraph 5.5 were undertaken alongside Basildon Borough Council and also in relation to other stakeholders. There was very active engagement in that respect.
So again, I don't mean this unkindly, but I think the answer to my question was yes, the inspector should have regard to guidance.
But it clearly needs to be my answer to your question needs to be very clearly qualified as well, or you'll miss out on the context to what I've just provided as per paragraph 132 of the MPPF.
And your qualification to that answer repeats the evidence that you very clearly, and I say so, gave in your evidence in chief, that you look at the evolution of the scheme. However, it does, I think, follow as a matter of course in terms of the application of this guidance, that if the inspector were to form the view that there is harm to a heritage asset, harm to the historic environment, as it's put, then that includes, in the context of any public benefits, considering any alternative means of delivering those benefits, isn't it? Because that's what the guidance says.
The alternative, any alternative proposition for the scheme has been considered as part of the evolution. It was agreed with the council this was the scheme that should be determined. There is no other scheme in front of the inspector. There is no other feasible option that's set out there for consideration as part of this appeal. So no, I disagree with you on that. Well, the case that's been put in front of the inspector has to be determined under the application of the tilted balance. So of course there needs to be careful consideration to appropriate mitigation and also harm to listed building, whether there are overwhelming benefits that override that that position. But as I said, my case within this application for the scheme that is in front of the inspector is that on a tilted balance judgment, we've proven that we significantly and demonstrably outweigh any of those concerns and do not have those adverse impacts. So there's a very good case to be made on that position. I can't agree in relation to looking at any alternative schemes. There's no alternative scheme in front of the inspector.
We'll come to the position of alternative schemes in front of the inspector and evidence in a moment. Can we just concentrate, Ms. Jones, on the guidance that I've just drawn your attention to in paragraph 5.5 of core document A4? And can we just concentrate on the sentence that begins, if a tall building is harmful to the historic environment? Just a light on that sentence, please, for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
If a tall building is harmful to the historic environment, then without careful examination of the worth of any public benefits that the proposed building is said to deliver and of the alternative means of delivering them, the planning authority is unlikely to be able to find a clear and convincing justification for the cumulative harm. Now, obviously, if the inspector, contrary to your case, were to form the view that there is harm to the historic environment through this proposal, then and it is common ground, I think, Ms. Jones, that the inspector then is required to consider any public benefits to balance against that harm. I don't think that's controversial, is it, Ms. Jones?
No, that's what I've just summarised in terms of my review of the tilted balance case.
Thank you. And of the alternative means of delivering them. So it seems to follow, so far as the guidance is concerned, Ms. Jones, that the inspector is advised by Historic England where there is harm to public benefits and the heritage environment and a need to consider public benefits, to consider the alternative means of delivering them. Simple as that, isn't it, Ms. Jones?
But my argument is there's no alternative position set out here. There was no alternative position identified by the local authority when we were actually putting forward a compelling position to the council with regard to the scheme proposal and the merits of the scheme.
Well, Ms. Jones, can I make it clear? It's not to the local authorities to start redesigning a scheme, but so far as the appeal scheme is concerned, the appellant has not actually put forward any evidence, has it, to say that this is the only means by which the public benefits that have been identified in your proof of evidence can be delivered.
There'd be no reason for me to do that. In the same way, I wouldn't expect the inspector to start looking at different feasibility schemes. I have set out very clearly within my proof in section 8 the very significant benefits as I went through in examination in chief with Mr. Hill in relation to this particular scheme. It's the components of this particular scheme that have created those very substantial benefits. There is no other scheme to be considered on the table today. And as I said, because of the key tenets of this case in relation to the objectives to champion the regenerative and transformative position for Basildon, the scheme that has come forward was seeking to deliver all of those aims. And that is why, on balance, this particular scheme, in terms of its ambition and its scale, can achieve those very significant benefits.
Thank you. Ms. Jones, I understand your position. You are here to support the scheme that is the subject of the appeal before the inspector. Can I just put the question to you again? It's a very simple question, and I think it admits of a yes or no answer. You do not offer any evidence, nor does the appellant whom you represent, that the benefits that you identify in your proof are only achievable through this scheme, in the sense that if this scheme is refused planning permission, those benefits would be foregone. That is not your evidence, is it?
The magnitude of the benefits are associated with the scheme that is in front of us today.
Different answer, Ms. Jones. Leave aside the question of the magnitude of the benefit. The benefits that you identify in terms of there would be regeneration, you would be introducing new homes into Basildon. Those benefits, there's no part of your case to say that those benefits would only be delivered through this appeal scheme. You're not saying that they are only capable of being achieved in that way, is it?
the benefits are commensurate with this particular scheme. If there was a lesser scheme, if there was a reduced scheme on this site, it's unlikely to achieve the same type of benefits. I do not have another alternative scheme to consider.
So is your position, Ms. Jones, you're saying, well, of course, if you're delivering 400 houses, then you would only get the benefit of 400 houses if that was voluntary planning permission. If only an alternative scheme was for 300 houses, you would only get the benefits associated with 300 houses. So that's the magnitude of difference. But in principle, achieving regeneration benefits on the appeal scheme it's no part of your case that is only capable of being achieved through this scheme, in the sense that no other scheme could come forward to achieve benefits of that nature, is it?
There's no other scheme to assess. I mean, the urban capacity study that was released, was it November of last year, seeks to look at different scales of development on ours and other sites within the town centre. None of them, which I think we addressed yesterday, Mr. Lowndes' evidence, have been shown to be viable. So there's no alternative scheme that has yet to be put forward by any other party on the basis of other alternative schemes that we could consider today that are necessarily viable or deliverable. The one that is deliverable is the scheme that we're looking at as part of this appeal proposal.
And Ms. Jones, if I could just seek your assistance on this. I mean, sometimes one comes across, you may have come across, and I certainly have come across it, a situation where a developer, whether an applicant or an appellant, says, well, the viability case in terms of the development of this particular application or appeal site is such that it is only with this quantum and or form of development that any viable redevelopment can be achieved. Presumably you've come across that kind of case, have you, Ms. Jones?
Generally more considerations to it than just that one aspect. The development that's come forward here, as I've mentioned in my examination chief, is very complex and multifaceted and multi-layered in terms of being a genuine multi-use scheme. So they've been very carefully put together in terms of the core components of the mix, the retention of retail, the introduction of the hub, and then the introduction of significant residential above that. It's a bespoke, unique scheme which is felt to be very relevant and right to the character of this part of Basildon.
Well, I'm not sure that was an answer to my question. Let me just put it to you again, perhaps in a more straightforward and simple way, Ms. Jones. You do not offer, through your evidence, nor does the appellant offer any evidence that the viability constraints, if there be such, on the appeal site mean that this is the only form of regenerative development that can come forward, do you? No,
I've not put forward that evidence, but I don't believe I needed to. It's not required as part of this process.
In due course, thank you. But if we just look at this more generally in terms of the position that the inspector's in, Ms. Jones, look at this from a point of principle and common sense, if I might say so. If a decision maker finds harm through a proposal, and also that the appeal proposal brings benefits, there is a balancing exercise required, Ms. Jones, isn't there, of harm versus benefits?
Yes, which I've carried out quite comprehensively within section 8 of my proof, yes.
And would you accept that it is relevant to that balancing exercise if it's the case that the benefits are only capable of being realised through a specific form of development, or the specific form of development before the inspector? That would be relevant, wouldn't it?
I think I've been pointing out that the benefits are very much associated with the scheme that I'm bringing forward here. They're not generic. Some of them are more general, but a lot of the very significant factors that weigh in favour of the development in terms of the benefits are very specifically related to this particular proposal.
So the answer is yes then. If the benefits can only be achieved through a specific form of development, that would be relevant to the balancing exercise of harm versus benefits that an inspector has to carry out.
Yes, as I've set out, I've got a accumulation of substantial benefits that I believe weigh in its favour.
And the corollary must also be true then, Ms. Jones, mustn't it, to that if an inspector is confronted, or a decision maker is confronted with a situation where there is planning harm and benefits, if the decision maker
considers that those benefits either would or could be achieved through an alternative form of development, that again would be relevant, wouldn't it?
But there's no alternative form of development to be considered as part of this appeal.
Just look at it from a point of principle and approach for a moment, Ms. Jones. I understand entirely what you say about no other alternative, etc., before the inquiry. But if you look at it from a point of principle, if there is harm and benefit, if those benefits can only be achieved through a particular form of development, then that obviously, as you accept, and quite frankly, it's a matter of plain common sense, that is material to the balancing exercise. Equally, if the inspector is satisfied that all or any of those benefits could or would be achieved through an alternative form of development, that also must be relevant to the balancing exercise, Ms. Jones. Matter of common sense.
It's a matter of common sense, but we don't have an alternative proposition here. You really do have to look at the merits of our scheme and do the balancing assessment on the basis of what's in front of the inspector today.
I understand that. So I think the answer is yes, you accept that in principle, if an inspector or decision maker to form the view that the benefits in whole or in part can be achieved through an alternative form of development, then that is material to the balancing exercise to be carried out. You accept that, you say there isn't any alternative, but as a matter of principle, you accept that that is material.
I don't think alternative scheme propositions are material to this case, no.
You don't think it is material, do you, that if an inspector were to form the view that some or all of the benefits advanced can or would be achieved through an alternative form of development, that's just not material, is it, Ms. Jones?
Well, I've not got an option B in front of the inspector. I just have to base this consideration in terms of the application that's in front of the inspector and the very carefully tuned balancing exercise that we've carried out.
I'm going to try one more time. If just look at it from a point of
sorry, can I just say, Mr. Jones, can you just answer the question? It's a hypothetical question. Could you just answer it?
It's a matter of approach, Ms. Jones.
If there was a hypothetical, okay, sorry, apologies. If there was a hypothetical scheme that the inspector had to determine, then the inspector could choose to determine a hypothetical scheme, but there'd be nothing to base that on. I won't go any further. I think you know my position on this.
Thank you. I think I understand the evidence that you give. I'll make submissions on that in due course. But coming back to the point that we discussed a few moments ago, it is no part of your case, it is, or that of the appellant, that viability or other considerations mean that the only form of regenerative redevelopment on the appeal site is the appeal scheme. You simply haven't produced any evidence to support that conclusion. No,
but can I refer you to page 18, paragraph 114 of the Orwell inspector's decision from Inspector Rose, E25.
Yeah.
And I'll just read out the second part of that paragraph. Whilst it is true that some of the benefits would be generic, this is of course where Inspector Rose is weighing up the planning case being put forward. The weight to be attached is scheme specific, and in the case before me, there is no other for comparative assessment.
Yes.
So that inspector seemed to make a very clear judgment in relation to that particular point.
And that inspector reached that judgment on the basis of the evidence that was before him, Ms. Jones, didn't he?
With no comparative scheme and with very similar issues raised to our particular case as well.
On the basis, Ms. Jones, of the evidence before him advanced by that appellant, Ms. Jones. And this is a different appellant with a different scheme with a different suite of evidence.
Absolutely. And all of the benefits and overwhelming factors and my assessment of balance has all been set out within section 8 very comprehensively.
I think we've taken that as far as we can, Ms. Jones. Now let's just take stock as to where we are. I think we've actually moved to part of point 5 or topic 5 in my list of topics, which is benefits of the scheme. So there are just, I think, 2 other points on benefits of the scheme as you advance them that I'd just like your help with, please. The first of those arises from your proof of evidence on page 61. Can we just turn to that, please?
Yes, apologies. I've just got a little bit out of order, so just bear with me. Yes, yep, I'm on 61.
Yeah, so page 61. Let's just take, for example, under your heading, environmental benefits.
Mm-hmm.
And just go down, please, to, and again, by way of example, to the 5th bullet point.
Is the fifth one?
Yes.
No, hang on, let me just click my notes. So the fourth bullet point. Residential units would have access to cycle parking in accordance with ECC cycle parking standards that would encourage the use of alternative transport modes. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Absolutely. Any development within the town centre is going to have to comply, for example, with the ECC's parking standards, wouldn't it?
Just as I was reading that, Mr. Edwards, I thought it was probably moderate weight to that. Yes, that it needs to be in accordance with the standards. So I don't disagree with you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you. And the same thing, I think, just by way of further example, Mr. Edwards, you've been very gracious in that answer. If we just go to the facing page, which is page 10, and in the continuation of your economic benefits, if you just go to the second bullet point on page 10.
Page 10 of my...
I'm sorry, forgive me, page 60, not page 10, page 60 of your evidence.
Yes.
Second bullet point, and this is a continuation of your economic benefits. Financial contributions secured by way of Section 106 agreement towards childcare, education, healthcare, and other infrastructure provisions. You see?
Oh, sorry, you're on economic benefits here.
Yeah, the continuation of economic benefits, second bullet point down on page 60.
Mm-hmm.
Financial considerations secured by way of Section 106. You see?
And
you give moderate weight to that factor?
Sorry, are we talking about the second bullet point? Yeah, the development will support a range of skilled and unskilled jobs. That's what you just
sorry. Let me just start again. I just took this too shortly. You begin your list of economic benefits on page 59, don't you?
I do, yes. I'm there at the moment, yeah.
And they continue over the page to the top of page 60.
Yes.
And if we just look at the second bullet point down by way of example.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Financial considerations secured by way of Section 106 agreement towards childcare, education, healthcare, and other infrastructure. You see?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it's rather the same point. You give moderate weight to that, but of course, Section 106 contributions would only be generated where they are necessary to address a particular development, won't they?
Yeah, no, once again, it's a fair point. I think that, yes, absolutely, it's all got to be relevant to the development. Clearly, the scale of development weighs in here, but I wouldn't disagree. It's probably more limited weight, similar to the bullet point below. I mean, clearly, a very important element of this, which we're still negotiating the final terms of here, is the provision of social infrastructure in the early years facility, which isn't just going to be for our development, it's going to be supporting infrastructure, within the environs of the town. So I think that just does go, to an extent over and above in terms of what this development is able to accommodate because of our flexible floor space. So yes, I see where you're going with that, but I would suggest that all other areas where I've attached substantial weight or very substantial weight still hold in terms of that assessment.
Just a moment, Ms. Jones. We've got two examples there that you've identified where you've attached a substantial or moderate weight to particular factors, which are essentially requirements that would apply to any development in order to address those development impacts, i.e. cycle parking or Section 106 contributions to order education or healthcare, because they are only provided if they are necessary to address the outcomes of a development. So they're not really benefits at all. They're just simply requirements that planning policy and guidance require for any development, aren't they?
There's two particular points, albeit, as I said, we have got that significant enhancement with the early years accommodation.
You say two particular points. If we just go to the last bullet point under the heading in economic benefits on page 60. So it's the last bullet point before the subheading social benefits. The development will provide enhancements to local infrastructure. You see?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as far as enhancements to local infrastructure is, I'm not sure what you're really talking about there, but if you're talking about sort of education infrastructure and things of that nature, again, they are just simply requirements that would necessarily follow to meet the needs of a development, wouldn't they?
Yes, I suppose just repeating or probably maybe duplicating in terms of the early years accommodation, but clearly also in terms of local infrastructure, we're creating community hub and event space, which is all part of the major, substantial floor space accommodation that we're providing with the hub in phase one.
So essentially, we've just got three references there and three by way of examples where you have now
quite rightly, if I might say so, Ms Jones, changed the weight you attribute to certain factors in the planning balance, haven't you?
Well, a slight modification, but then we haven't gone through and addressed all of those factors that I've given significant weight to.
Thank you, Ms Jones. I'll make submissions on this in due course, but before we just move on, please, to the final point on this topic, can we just go back to Mr Rose's decision letter again, please, E25?
Yeah, I've got that in front of me.
Would you go to printed page 19?
Yes.
And this is in a section where Mr Rose considers the benefits of the proposal, and he says this in paragraph 116. The claimed benefits, including wider infrastructure improvements, are generally in the nature of mitigation related to increased demands arising from the development. Similarly, good design, sustainability measures and public realm enhancements are a fundamental expectation of local and national planning policies. None of these add weight in the final planning balance. Do you see?
I see that, yes, given support to what you've just said to me.
Sorry, you, Ms Jones, carry on.
But obviously, clearly, he's also identified within this decision notice that he's attached significant weight to other benefits that were identified by the appellant in a similar way that I've identified substantial weight within my proof of evidence.
And you don't say that Inspector Rose is wrong in the conclusions that he reached in paragraph 116, do you?
No, but likewise, as I said, I think I've set out many substantial benefits as I believe Inspector Rose therefore determined that the Orwell team did similarly.
And therefore the requirements on a development in terms of compliance with national and local planning policy and guidance and infrastructure improvements to mitigate development are not benefits at all to attach any weight to, are they, Ms Jones?
There are certain expectations for a scheme that would be assessed against the relevant planning policies. So yeah, I think we're saying the same point a number of different ways, but as Inspector Rose pointed out as well, you know, the Orwell scheme set out significant benefits as I have also. But yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you on those small elements.
I'm not sure they're small elements, but there we are. Thank you, Ms Jones. And then finally, please, and we can deal with this briefly in light of the answers you've given. In evidence in chief, you referred to some of your social benefits as you identify them on page 60 of your proof.
Yes.
And you referred, I think, to the first of the bullet points under those headings. The proposals will deliver a high quality build-to-rent product to meet the demands within Basildon, and the development will include a variety of communal amenities and facilities for the occupants, for use by the occupants, that will help to foster a sense of community in assisting in their integration into Basildon. Substantial weight to both of those factors. But Ms Jones, in terms of achieving high quality development and high quality amenity facilities for the occupants of development, again, they are essentially outputs of the proper application of planning policy, aren't they? Because you would also always have to deliver high quality development. You would also always have to deliver high quality facilities to meet the needs of the occupants.
Yeah, I agree. But then, detailed development control policies don't go into that level of consideration in terms of what you need to provide. So what I'm setting out there in terms of social benefits is, I suppose, the considerable thought and level of enhancements to people's, everyday living conditions and lives, and encouragement of social interaction. So it's really about those enhancements that are being created that are not informed by any general development control policy.
Well, I'm not sure I quite understand that answer, Ms Jones. I mean, I think implicit in your response to my question, your answer, that you accept the delivery of high quality residential accommodation, built to rent or otherwise, and high quality facilities to meet the needs of the future community that would occupy that development are requirements of planning policy that would apply to any development and would be expected to be delivered, Ms Jones.
Yes, but I do also then go on to say, particularly within my footnote at 2028 on page 60, what those level and combination of different benefits and enhancements are going to be to both occupants and then also to other occupiers, existing population within Basildon.
And then it therefore follows from the answer that you gave to be subject to that qualification from your answer, that delivering high quality development and delivering high quality living conditions are not planning benefits, are they? They are the requirements of planning policy.
They are the requirements of planning policy, yeah.
Thank you, good. Thank you. We can then move on finally to the last topic, which I hope we can deal with briefly, and it's back to this issue of the design code. Mrs. Jones, just in terms of what you say on this topic in your evidence, please, can we just go to page 62? And tell me when you have it.
Yes, sorry, just bear with me. I should have bound my copy of my evidence. My apologies.
All right. If it helps, it's paragraph 830, 838 and 839.
Apologies, I'm just going to go to my electronic scheme screen. So it's 8:30, did you say?
838 and 839.
Yes.
Yeah, you got that. And it's under the heading alleged deficient design code. You see that?
Yes.
Really. Ms. Jones, can I just be clear and seek your confirmation on a point of fact? No design code was submitted with the planning application, was it?
We consider a design code was submitted with the planning application, and as per the local authority's reference to there being what they refer to as a high level design code set out within the design and access statement, specifically within section 10 from recollection.
So you're relying on section 10 of the design and access statement, Ms. Jones, are you, when you say that is the design code?
Well, it's also then built in with the design aspirations, which are set out within sections, I think 6 and 7 of the design and access statement. I mean, this wasn't a matter of disagreement with the local authority. They set it out within their committee report core document E6 that there's a reference to a design code having been submitted with the application.
Well, Ms. Jones, as you say, what it says is a high level design code, isn't it? Ms. Jones, let's see if we can foreshorten it in this way. It is certainly the case that design parameters were provided, weren't they, as part of the appeal scheme?
Design parameters were provided as part of the appeal scheme, and clearly as well, condition 19 now requires a full and detailed design code to be submitted as part of any planning permission prior to a reserved matters application being submitted.
Thank you. And then paragraph 839 of your evidence, please. You say, notwithstanding the fact that I consider the current design code parameters to be acceptable. So essentially, as I understand it, what you're saying is that what is provided through section 10 of the design and access statement and elsewhere are effectively design parameters.
Yes, yeah.
And as you know, this scheme is EIA development, isn't it? It requires an environmental statement.
Yes, it does, yeah.
Or the provision of development parameters are a legal requirement for EIA development, Ms. Jones.
They're provided, and they're provided within our design and access statement.
You have subsequently, as the inquiry has been formed but not been provided the local authority with a draft design code, haven't you?
We did, yes.
You very rightly confirmed that that's not part of the scheme. Nothing of that nature was submitted with the planning application, was it, Ms. Jones?
No, and further detail wasn't requested from the local planning authority during the course of the determination.
Yeah, and also, just on the position of the local planning authority, you took the inspector in the course of your evidence in chief to the committee report. You don't need to go back to it. But you're also aware that the council were given advice by Essex Place Services, including from Mr. Dawson, that did raise a concern relating to the absence of the design code, didn't they?
They did, but obviously we weren't aware of that until the exchange of proofs of evidence in December this year. That information wasn't conveyed to us and wasn't provided in the earlier design comments from Essex Place Services that was received much earlier on in the process.
There we are, but you accept as a matter of fact that advice was given to the local authority by Mr. Dawson. You've seen it now.
Yes, I saw it obviously retrospectively because we didn't receive it until the proof of evidence were exchanged.
So if you just take a step back then in terms of
design code and its necessity and desirability in these circumstances. Obviously, the scheme is hybrid. There's a detailed part of the scheme and there's an outline part of the scheme, Ms. Jones.
Yes.
And the outline part of the scheme will come forward, if it does come forward, in due course, following the submission of reserve matters.
Yep.
Yeah, and it will sit, the outline part of the scheme essentially will sit alongside and be read together with the detailed part of the scheme, won't it, if built?
Yes.
And indeed with Brook House, which is a sensitive historic part of the historic environment.
Yes.
And it is closest to Brook House.
Yes.
Yeah. In terms of the and therefore in those circumstances, I mean, you can understand why it may be considered to be of some importance to ensure that the form of development that comes forward within the outline part of the scheme is of high quality and conforms with and relates well to both the detailed part of the scheme and the wider context.
Yes, which condition 19 sets out in full, and obviously the council will have complete control over the detail of those elements coming forward in the future.
In terms of the detailed part of the outline part of the scheme coming forward, will the development be outline part of the scheme be carried out by this appellant, or is there the opportunity for that part of the scheme to be sold off to another developer?
That's pure speculation, isn't it? I mean, the broad anticipation is that this is all going to be carried out by the appellant.
But
there's no indication otherwise.
But there is plainly the opportunity within the period of time by which the outline part of the scheme can come forward for that part of the scheme to be basically sold off to another developer.
Anything can happen, but everybody who takes over control of the land at some point in the future would be controlled by the same conditions and same Section 106 agreement.
We know that Mr. McCower hasn't been retained so far as the detailed design of the outline part of the scheme. Have you been retained, Mr. Jones?
Pardon?
Have you been retained in terms of bringing forward the outline part of the scheme?
Well, we'll need to get planning permission first before we start discussing the detail of the second phase of the scheme. I would very much hope so. Very much like to continue and see this project delivered. There's no suggestion that I wouldn't be, but that is pure speculation, isn't it?
Well, it's just a matter of fact, Ms. Jones. I take it that from your answer that at the moment you haven't been instructed to prepare the reserve matters application for the detailed part of the scheme.
Well, we would be focusing on discharging the conditions for phase one first, and then thinking of an appropriate juncture at which we were going to work up the reserve matters. But as I said, ultimately, the requirement for very detailed conditions and the Section 106 is to control any future development coming forward and make sure it's acceptable. So it creates that framework for not just my team, but for any other team.
I put a tick next to my answer that I think implicit in that you have not yet been instructed to prepare the reserve matters application. And thirdly, we know from Mr. McCower's evidence that in terms of bringing forward the outline part of the scheme, what is sought to be achieved is maximum flexibility. That's what he said, maximum flexibility.
Well, within the parameter of the plans that we're asking to be approved as part of this application.
And as far as the parameter plans are concerned, again, it's common ground between us. I think Ms. Jones, isn't it? It was really the evidence given very clearly by Mr. McCower last week, that the parameters plans do not deal with matters such as detailed elevational treatment or anything of that nature, do they?
No, there's illustrations provided for that, and there's also detailed text and discussion within, as I said, I believe it's Section 6 and 7 with regard to the ambition for the future phases.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Jones. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. Can we turn to Ms. Hall, please? Would you like to cross-examine the witness?
Well, I don't think that would be appropriate, given that we're on the same side essentially.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's been a long inquiry.
Mr. Hill, would you like to re-examine your witness, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. I've just got a few questions for you, Ms. Jones, and I will take those in the order in which the matters arose in the cross-examination that you've just had from Mr. Edwards, so the 6 topics in sequence. I don't have questions on all of the topics. Yes, the first matter arises in relation to the series of questions you were asked about the 2012 town centre regeneration strategy. Do you recall those?
I recall them, yes.
And you made a number of points about the weight to be attached to that document in the series of questions and answers that passed between you and Mr. Edwards. You said it was out of context with the mandate for central government in terms of optimizing sites and brownfield first. I've taken a note of what you said about that document. Could the 2012 strategy have had regard to framework injunctions requiring that best and most efficient use of brownfield land is made, having regard to the need for housing and other forms of development?
Could you sort of reframe that?
Could
Sorry.
it chronologically could a 2012 document have regard to the framework in its present form?
No, not at all. It's not possible.
What is your view on the extent to which that 2012 document needs to be updated in the light of current advice?
It needs to be comprehensively updated, but it's evidence that the local authority agree with that, because that's what they've been seeking to do ever since, I think, as I said, the 7-year period passed, in terms of when the interim SP needed to be updated, and that's what they commenced in terms of their master plan assessment with we made that. So the other iterations in 2020 are as a consequence of the council recognising the need to update that document as per the latest iteration in November 2021, in terms of the different feasibility assessments, which clearly look at significant optimization and start to look at the challenges in relation to heights and variations and other changes to the fabric of the town.
And to what extent would you expect that review to generate new advice in respect of height of buildings to be proposed and the density of development within the town centre?
There'd be a fundamental overhaul in terms of the approach to the town centre on the sheer distance between 2012 and 2022, and the sheer magnitude of change as well in terms of government guidance and local authority guidance as well, in terms of best use of land, efficient use of land, core tenets of placemaking, but definitely in terms of optimization and sustainable locations.
Thank you very much. Yes, then you were asked a number of questions about the framework, and in particular paragraph 11 of the framework and subparagraph D and subparagraphs 1 and 2, matters that didn't flow directly from Mr. Lowndes' evidence yesterday. But what I propose to do in relation to those, ma'am, I think it would be helpful. I don't think there's any fundamental disagreement between myself and Mr. Edwards. It would be helpful to introduce one further legal authority to the core documents that we can both rely on, and I'll do that when we've completed the evidence, and that's the Forest of Dean case that deals with the situation where a paragraph 202 weighing exercise is undertaken, and then one goes to the tilted balance thereafter. I think it's useful to have that in front of you, but I think Mr. Edwards and I are broadly in agreement as to the correct stages that the decision maker has to take. I'm not going to ask you any re-examination questions on that point, Ms. Jones.
Okay, on that point, Mr. Hill, we'll deal with that after we've dealt
Yes,
with it.
I think that's a good idea. Yes, now the importance of the consideration of tall buildings flowing from the passage of the NDG that was referred to in cross-examination by Mr. Edwards, and special consideration being given to tall buildings, Ms. Jones. In your view, in proposing the podium and tower arrangement, has Mr. Makower and have the scheme architects given special consideration to the way in which the tall elements of the appeal scheme come forward?
Oh, absolutely, particularly in terms of seeking to reflect the more horizontal elements of the town, and really looking at the best way that could be advanced in terms of the vertical tower elements and where they could be placed. There's substantial information within the design and access statement and in Mr. Makower's evidence about where the towers were placed on the podium block, and they were done particularly in respect of relationship to Brook House, but also in terms of key views, and also in relation to in particular the east-west linkages and views thereof. I could go on, but I won't. I mean, there's substantial detailed understanding of the character and context and how it fitted in, and where we could mitigate against any potential harms.
So in summary, do you think that that special consideration requirement was met?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Yes, then we moved on, and there were some questions about alternatives and alternative schemes. Remember those questions?
I do.
At any stage in the 2.5 years you've been involved in this project, Ms. Jones, has the local planning authority asked you to produce an alternative scheme to deliver the same benefits as those that are set out in your proof?
They've not asked us to deliver an alternative scheme, no, but during the pre-application process, through the 5 pre-application meetings we had, there were amendments and modifications made to the scheme on the bequest of the local authority, or through a partnership approach where we all agreed that there could be a change that would make the scheme better or substantially better, which is why we arrived at agreed position prior to the submission of the application. And as it will be acknowledged through the chronology of the post submission stage, we also made 2 subsequent changes to the scheme as a consequence of further dialogue with the local authority. So there were modifications too, but we were not asked to advance an alternative scheme. Absolutely not.
No. Thank you. And having reviewed the officer report, E6, and Mr. Land's evidence, his lengthy proof, does the local planning authority now advance any alternative means of delivering the same objectives?
No, not at all.
Is there even the germ of an alternative floated by Mr. Land in his evidence?
No, not at all.
Then were some further questions when you gave an answer where you referred to the magnitude of the benefits that flowed from our scheme, that they wouldn't be achievable elsewhere. What weight do you attach to the magnitude of the benefits that flow from our scheme?
I attach very substantial weight to the magnitude of the benefits flowing from our particular scheme.
And then there was talk of a lesser scheme that might deliver less well against objectives. Do we know, or do we have any means of knowing whether a lesser scheme with lesser outputs would even be viable?
No, absolutely not.
And then there was we ended this lengthy section of cross-examination with some hypothetical questions about what the inspector might conclude. And can I just ask you this? Is there, in your view, in terms of the material before the inquiry, the evidence that's been led and the other documentary material before the inquiry, any basis upon which our inspector could conclude that the benefits of our scheme could be achieved in an alternative way?
No, there's no other evidence to be able to achieve that.
Thank you. Now, you will then ask some very detailed questions about some of the lower order points, as it were, in the schedule of the benefits in section 8 of your proof. Just go back to that section on pages 59, 60 and 61, where in total, I think you set out something like 25 separate points that are grouped under economic, social and environmental heads. Remember those?
Yes, I do.
And there were some points that were put to you, cycle places and some of the section 106 contributions. And you answered Mr. Edwards in the way that we've all noted. In relation to that list of 25 points, does that, the answers that you gave in relation to those small number of points, does that in any way require one to revisit the overarching theme of this part of your proof in relation to the weight to be attached to the benefits of the scheme?
No, absolutely not. And that's why I kept referring back to all of those, the majority of the points which I consider carry significant, if not very significant weight, or substantial weight, I should say, in the terms I've used.
And then there was a question about the general requirement to deliver high quality development. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, yes.
And obviously that's a label which we're all familiar with, the need to deliver high quality development. In your view, having been closely involved in the evolution of the scheme, how successfully do you consider that the scheme architects have delivered against that general requirement for high quality development?
In my view, it's exceptional. I think that the amount of investigation and understanding of the town, the amount of debate and deliberation with the local authority and other stakeholders, the consideration to the quality of materials that are going to be used, the placement of balconies, the amenity spaces, it's quite exceptional in my view. It's a really high quality.
The last series of questions was in relation to the design code, and we ended up with some points about would a phase 2 be sold off, and then who was instructed to undertake the later stages in terms of consultant team. Starting with the proposition that the phase 2 part of the site might be sold off, would that affect the power of the local planning authority to control the detailed elements of design in relation to phase 2?
Not at all.
And is who has been retained to carry forward the later stages relevant to the local planning authority's control over design or the extent of that control?
Not at all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Now, Mr. Hill, you suggested there was a document that you'd like to introduce to the inquiry.
Well, ma'am, it seemed like a convenient way to deal with the relationship between paragraph 202 as it now is. Obviously, it's changed the number in the succeeding reorganizations of the framework, and paragraph 11 as it now is. I'm happy to discuss this offline with Mr. Edwards, but we don't want there to be any question at any stage of any legal issue with the approach to the various evidential matters that are before you. And I'm inclined just to have a word with Mr. Edwards and see whether he agrees with me that that authority is one which we could usefully add to the core documents.
Okay, so that's a decision letter, is it?
No, it's a high court. It's a high court decision.
Oh, okay.
So this is entirely a legal matter about the relationship between paragraph 202 and the balancing exercise in respect of less than substantial harm, and the separate exercise of how paragraph 11D operates in relation to subparagraphs Roman 1 and Roman 2.
Okay, then I'll let, instead of canvassing it now, I'll let you speak over the lunchtime adjournment, and then you can come back and we'll deal with that. Thank you. It's now nearly 1 o'clock. If we take a lunchtime adjournment until 2 o'clock, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with Mr. Mumby, and then we'll move on to conditions and 106. Thank you very much. The inquiry is adjourned.
Thank you.
It's now 2:00 and the inquiry is resumed. Just a few things to pick up on. In the lunchtime adjournment, I received a copy of the council's SIL compliance statement, a summary table. So thank you very much for that. I'll take that as inquiry document 17.
Thank you.
Are there any other matters?
No, thank you, Madam.
I think just to say that Mr. Edwards and I had a brief exchange over the short adjournment about the acceptability of introducing the Forest of Dean case 2016. Mr. Justice Coulson and Mr. Edwards agrees that that would be entirely appropriate. So we'll add that to the list. I'll try to make sure a copy of that comes through this afternoon.
Okay, where are you adding that, please?
Wherever you like, ma'am. It can either be an inquiry document or it can go on with the other authorities. I think they were all appeal documents.
Yeah, if we take that as an inquiry document at the appropriate time. Okay, thank you. Could I now turn to Ms. Hall, please? Would you like to introduce your witness to the inquiry, please?
Thank you, Mum. I think we can see, hopefully, Mr. Mumby.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
We can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mum, can I just take everybody to page 1 of Mr. Mumby's proof of evidence, and I'll introduce him to the inquiry. You tell the inquiry, Mr. Mumby, there at 1.1 that your name is John Mumby and that you are currently a Director of Planning at Iceni Projects Limited. Is that still correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And if we scan down the page to paragraph 1.5, you tell us that you're a chartered member of the RTPI. You hold a Bachelor of Arts degree in Architecture and Planning from the University of West England, and that you have 16 years experience of working in the private sector. You've worked as Director at Iceni since 2017, but previously you were at CGMS and RPS for over 12 years combined. Is that all correct?
That's also correct, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mumby. Right, I've got a number of broad policy questions first. Mum, I'm not going to use Mr. Mumby's proof of evidence either as a sort of script or a jumping off point, so actually we can put that away. Mr. Mumby, just broadly looking at the policy position, first of all, we looked at policy conflict in terms of TC1 and BE12, both yesterday with Mr. Lowndes and this morning with Ms. Jones. Is there anywhere you want to take us to in terms of policy support?
Yes, I think there is. I mean, I won't spend a lot of time on this because you've heard evidence already from two of the witnesses as part of this inquiry. But I would say that there is considerable support for the former type of development that's in front of you in terms of notable residential development and increasing densities and height within Basildon Town Centre. The NPPF glossary makes clear that housing in town centres should be encouraged. Paragraph 120 of the NPPF, obviously has been mentioned, this inquiry sets out that substantial weight should be given to the use of brownfield land in these types of locations. And I think that following an interrogation of Mr. Lowndes in his evidence, I agree that there isn't any conflict within those two policies and Ms. Hall has set out within the local plan. And of course, there is the factor that the council's own post-submission modifications to their emerging local plan specifically sets out that residential in the town centre is deemed an appropriate use.
Thank you. When we're considering whether the particular height of the buildings proposed is acceptable, do we have anything in the development plan or the emerging plan to assist us with direct policy on that?
No, we don't. We don't have any policy cap within the town centre on either height or the overall number of dwellings that are to be delivered within the town centre. I mean, obviously, Marmy will be making her own judgment on this, and I think it is clear and obvious that each scheme does need to be determined on its own merits, and I think Inspector Rose makes that clear in his decision on the Orwell appeal.
Thank you. In terms of the emerging plan, rather than the documents that sit under as opposed to the evidence base, the plan itself, so looking at the policies, is there anything in that about what broad locations of development are appropriate for proposals of this sort of scale?
Yeah, well, I think the first point to point out is all the way through the development and the emergence of the draft local plan is that it's been clear that the council wished to restrict the use of green belt land to deliver additional housing, and I've spent a number of years looking at the town centre. Indeed, I think it's policy R2 in the mods of the emerging local plan has actually increased the overall numbers that the council want to achieve within the town centre, and I think this gives us all a clear indication of the direction of travel for the evolution of Basildon Town Centre.
Thank you. In terms of the NPPF then, we looked at some specific paragraphs, and obviously feel free to draw our attention to any ones in particular, but just want to stand back and look at the NPPF. How do you say the inspector should treat that document?
The inspector, I believe, should treat it in the intention it's meant to be read, and it's clearly set out within the framework that the document should be read as a whole, and all matters considered in forming a decision on the appropriateness of a development. We've talked through, I've heard evidence from people, should I say, looking at specific paragraphs within the NPPF, but it's not a sort of pick and choose scenario with regard to what elements you look at. It needs to be read in its entirety when making a judgment.
Thank you. Moving on to the broad principle of 5-year housing land supply. And I don't want to ask you about numbers because we've obviously talked about that, and that's not not a matter that you deal with. Just in terms of the principle, it appears to be agreed between the parties now that the scale of the weight to be afforded to shortfall and to the benefits of the scheme in making good any shortfall should be proportionate to the size of the shortfall found by the inspector. Is that your view?
It is my view. I think it is a case that and thank you for not making me go through any numbers. I think it is the case that the weight afforded needs to be judged on that shortfall within the five-year housing land supply. You'll recall, Ma'am, that Mr. Lowndes was examined on this point, and he agreed that the supply gets, as the supply gets worse, then more weight should be applied.
Thank you. I want to move on to talking about more specifically about the documents that sit under the EIP and the documents the council has produced in terms of trying to generate a strategy or plan for the town centre. And we've had a few iterations. I think there are 3 iterations of this. We've got the 2012 master plan, we've got the 2020 regen strategy / master plan, and we've now got the urban capacity study. Just in terms, first of all, about the principle that we've had several goes about this, do you say that that's something the inspector should have regard to?
Yeah, yes, absolutely, I do. It's a bit of a long-running evolution saga within the council. But what's clear from all of these documents that have been produced since 2012 is that the council are looking at increasing heights within the town centre. They are looking at notably increasing residential dwellings within the town centre. They're looking at increasing density within the town centre. And I think that it's worth noting at this stage, in terms of the urban capacity study that was published by the council in December 2020, is that specifically refers to the the previous iteration, the 2020 Regen strategy, as one of the base documents in its formulation. So therefore the current urban capacity study is not a sort of a standalone new document in isolation. It's an evolution of previous iterations. And I think that, as set out in my proof, although there is limited weight, I believe, afforded to that document, the council clearly think otherwise and are using it, that evolution of the 2021 Regen strategy, to go into the evolution of their new draft plan.
Thank you. I didn't put this document on the list, I'm afraid, Mum. So my apologies to you and to my learned friends, but I think it would just be helpful to look at one paragraph, if we can, of the 2012 master plan, and that's core document B12, and it's page 18 of that document. Let's just go back to where we began.
Page 18. Yeah.
Yes, Mum. It's under 6.2 land uses and quantum of development. And I'm using the electronic version, so it's to the left-hand side of my screen.
I'm there. And
Mr. Mumby, when you're there, there's a little table under the green heading quantum of development. Could I direct your attention there, please?
Yes, I have that.
Great. The quantum of development, if we look at the table, residential unit C3, the overall amount is given as between 1,500 and 2,000 units. That's what this document is aspiring to provide. If we look at the text above at 6.2.3, how does that compare to the current quantum now proposed as part of the more recent document?
Well, it's between a third and 40%, what the council are now looking at. So it is woefully out of date in terms of the numbers that the council want to provide within the town centre.
Thank you. We can put that away. Thank you very much, everybody, for that. I don't want to turn up necessarily the urban capacity study unless, Mr. Mumby, you want to direct the inquiry to any particular part of it. But just in terms of the principle of that document and the current movements towards creating a master plan or a town centre SPD, all we've got is the urban capacity study at the moment. And what would you like to tell the inquiry about what the inspector, in your view, can take from that document?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first point to note is that it is an incredibly difficult document to read with various sort of options within it. And one thing the document itself doesn't do in itself is assess the viability of the proposals within it. And I do think it's worth just noting, although we don't have to look at it, is the accompanying development appraisal results document. And as has been discussed, I think it's quite interesting that the conclusions within that appraisal results document show that none of the proposals are viable by the council's own admission. So what the council have at the moment is that essentially they've got a revised policy R2 of the draft local plan, which needs to deliver 4,700 new dwellings within the town centre. But it doesn't appear that they've actually got an understanding of how that is going to be arranged or delivered within the town centre, because by their own documentation that none of those schemes at that level are viable.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's it on town centre plans and the sort of redevelopment of the town centre strategy document. I just want to ask you then one final question and we'll be done. So we're some way away from an adopted town centre SPD then. How do you say that the inquiry or this inspector should treat the needs that have arisen already in Basildon? How should that be approached?
Sorry, Miss Hall, can you repeat that question?
We don't have a plan to tell us what to do with the needs for new housing arising that need to be accommodated in the town centre. We don't have an SPD telling us where or how those should be accommodated. What then do we do?
Well, quite. So as you say, we don't have an adopted plan. We have, as been set out to you, Mum, already in evidence, we have a chronic housing shortage and a need for new housing. And that is only going to get worse as it appears. We're not in a situation where we should just all sit back and wait for the new town centre strategy to come forward. The town centre is the correct location to provide notable quantum of new dwellings within Basildon. And in any event, the thinking within the new urban capacity study that's been brought forward is the same as has been for the last decade plus. So I think really the question in front of you, Ma'am, is the harm versus benefits question with the tilted balance engaged. And as I've set out, I don't believe there was any policy conflict or direction in terms of caps on height or density within the town centre. And overall benefits can outweigh any perceived harm, which is demonstrated by the Orwell decision by Inspector Rose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mumby. I don't have anything further for you in chief, but obviously if you stay seated, Mr. Edwards has indicated he does have some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall. Mr. Edwards,
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr.
I
Mumby.
invite you to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, thank you, madam. Good afternoon, Mr. Mumby.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Mumby, can we just go straight to your proof of evidence, please?
I have it.
I just want to understand the assistance you give to the inspector in terms of the evidence that you set out. Can we turn, please, firstly to paragraph 1.16 in your proof?
I'm there.
And you say in paragraph 1.16 that your evidence will not provide a critical analysis of the impacts of the height, scale and massing of the appeal proposals, the quality of the living accommodation, or the impacts on Brook House. It will, however, concentrate on the impact on the change in character and appearance of the town centre by way of the principle of development. Do you see?
Yes.
And then you follow on the same theme in the next paragraph at 1.17. I would not be setting out the overall planning balance on the basis that I will not be providing evidence in relation to all of the main inputs which form part of that decision. You see?
Yep.
Very, very candidly set out your position in those two paragraphs of your evidence, Mr. Mumby, and that was essentially the same position as you adopted in the evidence you gave to the Orwell appeal, wasn't it?
That's correct.
So in terms of the main issues that the inspector has identified, indeed did identify, as early as the 14th of October of this year in the note that was produced after the CMC, those main issues being broadly impact of this scheme on the character and appearance of the town centre and impact on this scheme on the significance of Brook House as a heritage asset. Those are not matters that you address in your evidence, are they?
They're not, no.
Thank you very much indeed. So you don't really assist the inspector, do you, in terms of the main issues that she needs to determine for the purposes of this appeal?
No, I don't give a view on the planning balance or heritage balance.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Mumby, that's all the questions I had for you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for Mr. Mumby. Ms. Hall, do you have?
I know, Mum, I think you won't be surprised to find that there's no re-examination that arises out of that.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mumby. Okay then, we've actually proceeded faster than anticipated. What I'd like to do now is move on to the session on conditions and 106. Do we have the relevant people who wish to take part in that discussion? Do we have them available?
Certainly, Madam, the Council's team, I think, are available. I'm certainly hoping I can see Miss Lyons has joined.
Can I just use this moment to point out that we obviously don't take any point in relation to the conditions or the 106. So with your leave, we'll maintain a watching brief, but turn our cameras off. And
okay, so okay, if we just we'll deal with conditions first of all. Could I ask who wishes to take part in this discussion on behalf of the council?
Thank you, Madam. I think it'll be Miss Lawrence, who I can see is now at the inquiry, and Miss Lyons.
Miss Lawrence and Miss Lyons, thank you very much. And appellant, please.
Ma'am, I think it'll largely be Miss Jones, and I may make the odd contribution from time to time as required.
Okay, thank you. Right, if I just, I want to give some headlines first of all. To frame this discussion are the tests in para 56 of the framework. I'd like everybody to turn those up, please, because I want those at the forefront of your mind. So that says that conditions should be necessary, relevant to planning and development, enforceable, precise and reasonable in all other respects. It also says that conditions that are required to be discharged prior to development commencing should be avoided unless there's clear justification. Okay, so those are the things that I'm looking for. What I've got before me, I know it's a large development and I know it's hybrid. I've got 64 conditions. That's a lot, ever such a lot. So I want both parties to look at the first test, which is necessity. I will be going through them in detail, but that's the headline. There is some repetition between some of the conditions and in clauses. In some conditions, clearly, if there is repetition, that won't pass the test of necessity. Some of them are complicated and long. They can be simplified by removing wording. For example, where you've got advisory elements, you say such and such should be submitted, and then you say how that can be discharged. They can be simplified considerably by removing that information will be somewhere else. Need to look at retention clauses, need to look at the use of implementation clauses, and clauses such as such and such should be submitted and agreed with the council and implemented unless otherwise agreed with the local planning authority. And those clauses should be struck out. Okay, then, so shall we just, so those are the headlines. Having gone through them all in some detail, those are the headlines. Okay, so I'll just quickly run through them. And they're helpfully broken up in terms of categories. So the first ones that I'm looking at are the standard conditions. So condition 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is dealing with plans. I don't have any comment on. Condition 6, you're asking there for a phasing plan, and indeed you refer in accordance with the approved phasing plan, and you set out the number, and then otherwise, unless a revised phasing plan is subsequently submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. Okay, I think that clause should be removed. Does anybody have any comment on that? Okay. Now let's move on to prior commencement conditions. And you heard the clause that I I read out previously, conditions that are required to be discharged prior to development commences should be avoided unless there is clear justification. So for the council, in terms of pre-commencement conditions, I will be looking for that justification. Right, if we move on to condition 7 then. So part C of that condition says the relevant phase of the development shall only be implemented in accordance with the approved detail. What's the relationship of that to the phasing plan required in condition 6? I think there's repetition there, and I'd like you to look at that. If somebody does have an answer or a comment, please do speak up at this point. I think that replicates condition 6. And then for the reason access arrangements must be identified prior to commencement of development in a phase to ensure an inclusive environment. Can somebody just explain that to me, please? Council?
Sorry, could you just repeat that question, please?
Sorry, the reason that you give for condition 7 is access arrangements must be identified prior to commencement of development in a phase to ensure an inclusive environment.
This condition is around access to the phasing, given this is in the a central part of the town centre. So we just want to make sure that people will be able to move through the town centre in a sufficient manner, and that's allowing for access for buggies and wheelchairs and things like that as well. So that's the mention of inclusive.
Okay, so this is related in A of this, it's related to cycle paths and footpaths. Please, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but what you're saying to me is that that needs to be sorted out initially because at the initial phases, because Ms. Lawrence?
Yes, sorry, I'm just reading the condition. Because it's to make sure that, as I said, this is in the town centre, and to make sure that people will be able to freely move around the town centre amongst the development, and this should be, I guess, prior to commencement of development, to ensure that people won't be impacted by construction activity.
Okay, so you're saying it's fundamental to the layout of the proposal?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Let's move on. Condition 8, that's the construction environmental management plan and site management plan. Right, now this is one of those conditions where it could be simplified just because we've got 64 conditions here. I'm not going to insist on this, but for example, that condition, if you look at, you've got your clause A that's requiring CEMP and SWMP, as they're referred to, and then you say what should be included in that. There is no requirement to put the plans shall incorporate details of, and then you've got 1 to 9 included there. I'll leave you to think about that, and that point relates to many other conditions, so I'll leave you to think about that, but it is a way clearly that the whole list could be simplified and easier to navigate. In terms of C, so you've got a list 1 to 9, then you've got part C, which deals with dust suppression methods shall be employed during demolition and construction. so as to minimise the likelihood of nuisance being caused to neighbouring properties. Can somebody please, and if I'm wrong, please say, but I think that that repeats part 7 of the previous list under A, which deals with measures to control emission of noise, dust and dirt during construction. So that will fail the test of necessity, part C of that condition. Yes, does anybody disagree with me or? Okay, let's move on to construction logistics plan. Right, the second sentence of part A, the plan shall be designed to minimise deliveries of materials and export of waste materials within the times of peak traffic congestion on the local road network. Somebody needs to point out to me what the relationship to the previous condition, so that's 7A, part 8, which speaks about a scheme for recycling, disposing of waste resulting from demolition and construction works. Okay, so you're talking about a plan designed to minimise deliveries of materials and exports, etc. in condition 9. And then you're referring to it again in the previous condition in 7. So there's repetition there, and I don't think one of those will pass the test of necessity. Okay, has everyone got that? Anybody disagree? Okay. Right, let's deal with land contamination. That's condition 10. Again, this is one that could be simplified. When you move to second sentence, you ask for something, no development shall commence in a phase, including any works demolition, until a desktop study has been carried out, looking at all sources of contamination. And then you go on to say the desktop study shall establish, etc., etc. That next sentence provides an indication of how that condition, the information required for that condition to be discharged. And then it goes on, furthermore, the assessment shall set objectives for intrusive site investigation works. Again, those two sentences could come out and the condition would be clear and whole and would indicate exactly what's required. Okay, so I will leave that point with you, but that's the way in which it could be simplified. The next condition, condition 11, exactly the same. If you look at the second sentence, so for the first sentence says what needs to be required, a desktop study, and then it says what should be included in that in terms of a risk assessment that adopts the source pathway receptor principle in order that any potential risks are adequately assessed, etc. So that could be simplified. But again, I'm not going to insist on that. Land contamination, submission of remedial scheme. Second sentence again, no deviation shall be made from this scheme without the express written agreement of the local planning authority. That should be omitted from the condition. There's no reason for that. If during redevelopment of the relevant phase contamination not previously considered is identified, then the LPA shall be notified immediately and no further work shall be carried out in the relevant phase until a method statement detailing the scheme for dealing with the suspected account has been submitted to and approved. Right, I've got a query here, a note here. Is an implementation clause required? Okay, I'll leave that with you and you can deal with that between yourselves. Condition 13, land contamination, implementation of approved remediation scheme. Again, it's the same point, third sentence, post remediation sampling, etc., again, includes a lot of detail. The condition would stand alone without all that detail to the end of the condition. Condition 14, archaeology. Can somebody from the council tell me the reason for that condition? The necessity for it? Miss Lawrence?
Yes, this is actually arisen from a consultation response from the Historic Environment team at Essex Place Services. They requested this condition as well as the historic building recording condition, which is condition 15.
Okay, any evidence of archaeology?
No, I believe that
indication, should I say, any indication?
I believe that the site is built on a site that may have contained a Bastable Hall. I don't have the details in front of me, but I believe that there may have been some previous.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, so part A of that policy, a programme of archaeological investigation for the relevant phase has been secured in accordance with a written scheme of investigation, which has been submitted, blah, de, blah. Satisfactory completion of fieldwork in accordance with the written scheme of investigation. The note that I've got here is usually you start with archaeological evaluation first, don't you, and then work on to fieldwork. That reads as if fieldwork is taken as read. So can you just make sure that that condition is written to make it clear that a programme of archaeological investigation could just be an evaluation, which doesn't require any field work at all. You've answered the question in terms, I had a question in terms of historic building recording. You've answered that question. Right, condition 16, construction noise. Can somebody point out to me the relationship to condition 8? That condition relates to the CEMP, the Construction Environmental Management Plan, and I can't remember what, the waste plan, basically, the waste plan. How do those two relate to one another? I think there's repetition there. Can you check it? If somebody has an answer for me now, that's fine. If not, can you check there? I think that there's repetition between condition 16 and condition 8. Condition 8, part 8. Which again is a scheme for recycling, disposing of waste resulting from demolition and construction. So you just need to make sure about the repetition between condition 8, as I said, the construction logistic plan in condition 9, and this condition relating to construction noise, condition 16.
That's fine, we'll check that. Both of these conditions were requested by the environmental health team, but we will look at how we can merge them together or make sure that.
Well, not necessarily merge them together. It's really about taking out the clauses that are repeating. Again, again, the first sentence says what's required. The second sentence says how it puts, gives us more detail on that. Is that necessary? Just in terms of 64 conditions, working through them. Mm-hmm. Tree protection, again, reason for that? I mean, I know it's a standard thing.
There are 12 existing trees to remain in the market area, and there are also some nearby trees on Town Square. So we'll just want to make sure that those trees are protected prior to development.
So that's absolutely fine. Thank you for that. Part B, any trees, sorry, part B of that condition, any trees that are damaged or felled during construction work must be replaced with semi-mature trees of the same or similar species. Usually you have a time scale on that, don't you? You say within a reasonable I don't know, it's next planting season or something like that. But you need to have to make that enforceable. Right, we turn then to condition 18, that's the construction environmental management plan biodiversity. Again, I'm going to point you to the relationship with condition 8. I've already spoken about that. Check that there isn't any repetition there. Part B of condition 18, the approved CEMP should be adhered to and implemented throughout the construction period of the relevant phase, strictly in accordance with the approved details. Again, you've got unless otherwise agreed with the local planning authority. That needs to be stripped out. Then we move on to reserve matters submissions. I'm on condition 19. That's the design codes that we've heard a lot about in evidence. We then turn to 20, condition 20, that's the fire statement. Again, that's a long condition. You could strip out from part A, asks each application for reserved matters consent in phase 2 must be accompanied by a fire statement for the relevant part of the phase produced by an independent third party suitably qualified assessor. Simple, end of condition. I'll leave that with you. Part B, the relevant part of phase 2 should be carried out in accordance with the approved details. Does that need a retention clause? I'll leave that with you. Does it need a timescale on that to be enforceable? Okay, need to think about that. Condition 21, that's in relation to wind microclimate assessment and mitigation. Again, part B, the relevant part of phase 2 should be carried out in accordance with the approved details. Does that need a retention clause? I don't have any comment on conditions 22, 23, 24, unless anybody else has anything to say on those. We now deal with no above ground new development conditions. The first one is 25, dealing with external materials. Part B of that policy, part D of that condition says the external facade surfaces in the relevant phase shall only be implemented in accordance with the approved details. Does that need a retention clause? I haven't come to a conclusion on that one. I want you to think about that. Does that require a retention clause? Ground floor front glazing, that's condition 26. It's the same point in relation to part B of that policy. The relevant phase shall only be implemented in accordance with the approved details. Does that need, well, actually, sorry, I was going to say retention clause, but also implementation clause. So part B, implementation and retention clause. Now, 27 is dealing with a fire statement again. So it's the same. Of course, this is in relation to phase 1, phase 1, A and B. The relevant phase, part B of that policy says the relevant phase of development shall be carried out in accordance with the approved details. Does that need a retention clause? Does it need an implementation clause as well? Condition 28, wind mitigation measures. You do, in part B of that policy, you say the approved details shall be implemented prior to occupation of the relevant phase of development and shall be maintained thereafter. So you clearly have got a retention clause there. So just refer, and you've got a proper implementation clause. Then we move on to condition 29. This is in relation to SUDS. Again, this is again a very long condition. It could just stand alone. But the part A of that could stand alone after the first sentence. You've got a lot of detail on that. Part B, the scheme shall subsequently be implemented prior to occupation of the relevant phase. Does that need a retention clause? I know we deal with maintenance elsewhere in other conditions, but does that need a retention clause? I think it does. 30, residential accessibility statement and management plan. So part A is requiring those details. Part B is again dealing the relevant phase of development shall be carried out in accordance with the approved details. So a proper implementation clause and retention clause. Non-residential condition 31 is dealing with non-residential accessibility statement and management plan, and it's the same point in relation to part B of that policy. Now, turning to condition 32, this is in relation to bird nesting and bat roosts. Could I just have somebody from the council to tell me why that's necessary? Or to give me a justification for that policy, that condition?
I believe that this was one of the ecological enhancements set out in the applicant's ecology survey.
Okay, can you make sure that you put that on? When I say what's the justification, can you please make sure that you put that in the reason for the condition?
Sure, we'll check that.
Okay, again, that could be simplified after part A, after the first sentence. The details shall accord with, and then you put more bones on the, put more flesh on the bones. Condition 33 deals with green, brown and blue roofs. It's the same point in relation to part B. You say the approved scheme shall be implemented prior to occupation of the relevant phase. Does that need a retention clause? Site levels, condition 34. I don't have any comment on that. Now, condition 35, this is dealing with biodiversity enhancement strategy, and I'd like you to look at the relationship to condition 8 again, requiring a CEMP biodiversity. Please make sure that there's no repetition between what's being asked with that and what's being asked with this. It's the same point after the first sentence of part A of this condition. The content of the biodiversity enhancement strategy shall include the following. So it puts a lot of flesh on the bones there. Noise protection scheme, residential units. I'm looking at condition 36. Part A of that policy, after the first sentence, says what's required. The rest of part A puts flesh on those bones. Is that necessary? Can it be simplified, therefore easier to navigate through? Part C, I want you to consider whether that's necessary. Should predicted noise levels exceed the criteria identified above, then details of an alternative method of ventilation should be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority and fully implemented prior to first occupation. So it's actually saying if the predicted noise levels can't be achieved, what should follow on from that. So if that's necessary to be in that condition. In terms of condition 37, could somebody just tell me what EPOA is? The submission shall accord with the requirements of the EPOA parking standards and shall include details of the appearance, location, layout, security, monitoring, access arrangements. This is in relation to cycle parking.
The EPOA stands for the Essex Parking Officers Association.
Okay. Essex Parking Officers Association.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You might want to just make that clear. I didn't know what that meant.
It's planning officers.
Oh,
Sorry, planning, sorry.
Sorry.
okay. Condition 38 is dealing with the internal layout in phase 2. If I can direct you to part B of that condition, all residential units shall be designed to comply with technical housing standards, nationally described space standard, or such other updated guidance as agreed with the local planning authority. If you want to have something there that's going to be flexible if other standards are introduced in line with, you know, national policy, that's fine, but not as agreed with the local planning authority, other guidance as agreed with the local planning authority. Part C, does that need a retention clause? Relevant part of phase 2 shall be constructed in accordance with the approved details. Retention clause and a proper implementation clause. Can we move? We're now on to prior to occupation conditions. No comment on condition 39. Condition 40 is dealing with soft landscaping. If I can direct you to part B of that policy and the very last part of the last sentence, again, unless the local authority gives written consent to any variation. Okay, that should be removed. No comment on condition 41. Condition 42, just the query, if I can direct you to, this is dealing with external lighting. Part B, the approved scheme shall be implemented prior to occupation of relevant phase and shall thereafter be retained in operation as approved. What does that mean, in operation? Does that mean it to ensure it's working?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry that wasn't clear to me. Hence my what does this mean?
We can change that.
Okay, or just make it clear.
Yes.
Okay. Condition 43 is dealing with communal television and satellite system. Part C is dealing with antennae and satellite dishes. So the proposed antenna and satellite dish shall be designed to minimize their visual impact and shall not be mounted on any publicly visible facade. Does that need a retention clause? Now I'm raising it here. That is a question. That is a question. Can you consider that, please? Can we move on? I don't have any question unless anybody else does on condition 44 dealing with delivery and servicing plan, or condition 45 dealing with drainage maintenance. Condition 46, refuse and recycling strategy. Again, part B says unless otherwise agreed in writing with the local planning authority, which should be removed. Condition 47, this asks for details of any commercial kitchen extract ventilation system and carbon filtration system. Part A of that policy, the last sentence, the details shall have regard to guidance and recommendation in DEFRA, etc. That could be omitted. Part B of that policy, sorry, I've just got a note here. The approved details shall be fully implemented prior to commencement of the relevant commercial use. So it says exactly when that should happen, and shall be maintained as approved at all times thereafter. At the moment, it just says shall be maintained at all times thereafter. I think you need an as approved in there. If we move on to condition 48, this is in relation to the car park management plan. Sorry, just a query. I didn't think we had any parking apart from blue badge parking. Am I wrong on
That's
that?
correct. There is blue badge parking, which is in the adjacent multi-storey car park, as well as a couple of drop-off bays as well.
So just explain to me what this condition is doing then. This is in relation to a car parking management plan.
Yes, well, I mean, it can deal with the blue badge spaces, because it asks that the car parking spaces are appropriately allocated.
Sorry, okay. So prior to occupation of a phase, a car parking management plan for the relevant phase shall be submitted to and approved in writing. So the plan shall be implemented in accordance with the approved details prior to occupation, in order to, and the reason is to ensure that sufficient parking areas are provided. Right. Just explain to me. Sorry, it's not clear to me what that condition is trying to do.
It's trying to deal with how the blue badge spaces that are in the multi-storey car park that are associated with this development would be allocated to residents of the development.
Okay. I mean, that needs to be very clear in the condition. That's a sort of general condition dealing with car parking management plan, isn't it? So that wasn't clear to me at all. So can I ask you to look at that condition, please?
Certainly.
Condition 49 is dealing with the residential welcome pack. Right, I think elsewhere you control, yes you do, you control on-street parking permits, don't you? Elsewhere. Control parking restrictions, condition 52.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I don't have any comment on that then. Public art, condition 50, I don't have any comment on. Condition 51 is about meanwhile uses and ensuring that there is a sort of strategy in place to deal with them. Part B, and this is a question, for a period of 3 years post completion of the relevant phase, meanwhile uses shall be secured and implemented for any vacant commercial units in accordance with an approved strategy at no cost to the developer. Just explain to me what that means.
It just means that the vacant units will need to have a strategy in place. Are you querying the bit about the at no cost to the
Sorry,
developer?
at no cost to the developer.
I believe that's been put in by previous developers with regard to this condition. So it has, I think it was concerns around how that would work, that they wanted to make sure that, sorry, just bear with me a second, I'll just get some clear thought on that.
Sorry, it's Karen Jones here. I recall that we did take issue certainly with the duration of time that was being identified for those units to be used, i.e. 3 years post completion.
Oh, sorry, are you querying the condition, Miss Jones?
No, I'm just recollecting with Adele that we did have
So
quite a lot of exchange over this condition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the 3 years is agreed between you.
We've agreed it between us.
I
Yes,
see.
yes. But all I'm just notifying is that we did have a degree of exchange on it.
Okay.
We can take this the sting in the tail.
Yeah,
we can take that out because that can be built into the strategy, so you don't actually just say that.
Yeah. Okay. I just didn't. I haven't come across that before.
Yeah.
That was my query.
So, sorry, can you clarify which part, Christine?
It's just at no cost to the developer.
Yeah. No, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, you can build that into the strategy, can't you? The strategy can say at no
Okay.
cost. You don't really need that bit twice. So I think it's just the wording of the strategy needs to address that point.
Okay. I don't have any comment on condition 52. Secured by design. I don't have any comment on that other than to say it's extremely long-winded, and the same, you can look at it yourself to see how you can reduce that. That's a very long condition and has a lot of flesh on the bones. Condition 54 deals with provision of amenity space in phase 2. Part B of that, relevant part of phase 2 shall be carried out in accordance with approved details, proper implementation, retention clauses. Boundary treatment, condition 55. Part B, approved details shall be implemented prior to occupation of the relevant part of phase 2 and thereafter permanently retained. Yes, that's fine. Unless the local planning authority gives prior written approval to their removal. So that should be removed. Now we deal with compliance conditions. Condition 58 deals with drainage logs. I've got a note here in relation to condition 45. Sorry, I'm going to have to look back at that to see. So 45, yes. So the drainage logs required in condition 58 and the relationship between that condition and condition 45, which is dealing with drainage maintenance. Make sure that there's no repetition there. If you are asking for different things, that's fine. They should be so that they're enforceable. They should be in different conditions. Just be very clear that you're not asking for something that you're asking for in condition 45. Condition 59 is dealing with noise protection measures. Part B is dealing with the building structure, and I've got a note here that relationship to condition 36, which is dealing with noise protection schemes. Sorry, I'll just turn that up. Yeah. Make sure again that you're not asking that there's no repetition between condition 59 and 36. Right, I'm just raising a query on part C of that condition. No amplified sound system shall be used in connection with any external areas in each phase relating to commercial premises. Could the council, I understand why you've put it there. Is that something that you've done before?
Yes, it is. It is. It was requested by our environmental health team as part of their consultation response to ensure that that there wouldn't be outside sound that would be impacting on nearby residential properties, for example.
Okay, but some of this is commercial development, isn't it?
This is in relation to
you.
external areas in each phase relating to commercial premises. So it's the amplified sound system for the commercial.
Okay, if that's what you require, give me the reason. I think I understand the reason for it. I was just yeah, okay, I'll give that some consideration. Condition 60. Superfast broadband, I don't have any query on that. 61, that's dealing with the building regulations optional requirement approved. That's dealing with wheelchair accessible or easily adaptable dwellings. Okay, wheelchair accessible. Please, can somebody tell me that there are restrictions on those? Those are only relevant to dwellings where the council has nomination rights. Isn't that right? Can you check that, please? Can you check that, please? Because wheelchair accessible or easily adaptable dwellings, they're two completely different things, aren't they? And just checked, if you are asking for wheelchair accessible housing, check that you're right on that.
No, so it should be M42. Our policies M42 require.
Okay, okay. You need to
check that, yeah, because our policy is 10% to M42, and that's all properties over a certain number.
Yeah, that's completely different though, isn't it, to M43?
Yeah, we need to check that. Thank you very much.
Yes, but I understand this is what the was offered as part of the development was wheelchair accessible dwellings under part M43.
Okay, well, I'll leave that with you to look at that, but you've heard what I've said. Water efficiency, condition 62. I don't have any comment on that. I don't have any comment. Actually, I don't have any comment on 63 or 64. I wouldn't be attaching any informatives if I were to allow the appeal.
Sorry, Mr. Inspector, there's just one informative that our members are very keen about, and that's because there's a misunderstanding of the Civil Litigation Authority. It's just the one with regarding the aerodome safeguarding, and I think that would in our respects be quite useful if that informative was put on.
Okay, I would say if I were to allow the appeal, I'd take a view on that. Okay, are there any other queries on those? So that's quite a lot. I mean, there's a lot. That's why I gave you the headlines at the beginning. There are a lot of comments on those, and a revised list will be required. Now, I will need that revised list before closing. I'd like before closings. So I would like that revised list. If I'm on site tomorrow, 2 o'clock, if I could have that list by 12 o'clock tomorrow, then I can. Then I'll have a chance to look at them before closings, and I can raise any issues. If they are in accordance with what we've just discussed or what I've just indicated. In terms of that revised list, it would be most helpful to me if you colour code the amendments that you've made in some sort of way. I don't want to track changes version or anything like that, just colour code or indicate where you've made adjustments to conditions. The final version, well, hopefully that will be the final version. I don't want this ping ponging between us. Okay, is there anything anybody wishes to say on that? Okay then. Thank you very much for that. Is there anything else that anybody wishes to say?
Could I just raise one, Madam in terms of the section 106 and the civil compliance statement?
Yeah.
You helpfully indicated you received a table over lunchtime. I mean, just to explain what the council have done is extracted the table from the document that was rather longer, that's standalone, and also added in some references to explain where the sums are going to be used. It was sent by Ms. Lawrence, as I understand, expressly as a draft document to ensure that you had an opportunity to have a look at it before it was finalised to see if there were any further changes that were required. I'm perfectly happy, Madam, if you're satisfied with it, to formally submit it as a final document or to leave it with you, whichever is better for you.
If you leave it with me. I was going to say if we take a short break and then come back to deal with 106. I have had a chance to look through it. It's doing what it should do. So it may be that unless there are refinements that we find, we can take it as an inquiry document. Okay. But we'll deal with that in the round table on the 106. Okay, then if we take a break now, it's now 3:15. If we take a break until 3:45, I don't anticipate, because we've already dealt with the 106 agreement, I don't anticipate that being a long session, unless anybody else has got lots to say on that. And we will have the relevant people here with us for that session. Sorry, that was a question.
Yes, I can see Ms. Mackay is here, Madam, for the council. So yes.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Then if we come back at 3:45, thank you very much. The inquiry is adjourned. Good afternoon, everyone. It's now 4:45 and the inquiry is resumed. This is the opportunity for us to revisit the Section 106 obligation and the justification for the provisions therein. So could I just ask, please, who have we got who is going to speak to this matter from the council, please?
Thank you, Madam. You have 3 officers present. You have Miss Lawrence, you have Miss Lyons, and you have Miss Mackay. And hopefully between them, they will be able to assist with any points that arise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. And the Essex County Council, have we got anyone from Essex County Council?
Yes, ma'am. You have Anne Cook and my colleagues, Candice McPherson and Hilary Gore.
Okay, have we got anyone from the appellant here?
Yes, I'm here in the background as usual, and we've got my 2 instructing solicitors, Marianne Barker and James Conn, who have been more directly involved in discussions with both the Borough Council and the County Council on the obligation.
Thank you very much for that. I received over, can't remember when it was now, was it lunchtime? I received 2 documents. One was an updated, as I said, an updated SIL summary, which I understand is a draft document. That's from the Borough Council. Prior to that, this morning, I received it, a document from Essex County Council setting out justification for various provisions. And of course, this is the second time that we're visiting this matter. I have already given comments, and the nub of the comments were, give me the policy, give me the reason for it, the justification, the policy, evidence, tell me how you have calculated, if it's a financial contribution, tell me how that's been calculated, and tell me where the money's going to be spent. That means what project, you know, a project, so that I can assess that it's related to the development, that it's not in Glasgow, or, you know, that it's actually related to the development, and that you know, I can assess the prospects of that money being spent. Now, I've got the documents virtually, so forgive me if I'm looking over here. I've got them electronically, so I'll just sort myself out there because I've just... Okay, so does somebody want to, if we start off with the Basden Borough Council, does somebody want to start off the first provisions that I have, employment and skills contribution?
Yep, shall I start then? So the employment skills contribution is in accordance. Sorry, I'm also looking the other way because I'm looking at a different screen, but the it's policy E11 of the emerging local plan. And then in the fuller document that was submitted, there's an explanation around that policy. It's £30,000 per annum for each year of construction of plot 1 and plot 2. And it will be used to pay for the employment and skills plan coordinator post for the construction and operational phases to support the applicants to deliver the commitments set out in their employment and skills plan.
And tell me, what you've done is you've taken the length of the contract and the scale of the contract, and you've basically worked out that that will be 3 years and given that an annual salary. How
Yes.
have you done that? Is that on the basis of professional judgment?
Yep, so that was done by the employment and skills team based on their professional judgment. It started at £35,000 per annum. That's what they believed the cost would be, plus the associated costs, but it was negotiated to £30,000, which we believe will cover the costs.
Okay, so did you benchmark that with any, you know, any similar schemes asking for similar requirements?
Yep, that they did benchmark it, and that's within the explanation under the test 3 what benchmarking they used.
So point me towards, okay.
The ITB benchmark.
Right, sorry, that's the cost, the construction
Yes.
cost of the development. Sorry, that's the construction
sorry.
cost of the development. Sorry, so you took those into account. You took the length of period that
Yeah.
that the construction would take, and then you came up with a figure for 3 years.
Yeah.
3 years, and then you put a salary on that, and then it was negotiated down. Understand all of that.
Yeah.
And you're saying to me that you've done that on the basis of professional judgment. I'm just saying to you, so what did you use to inform your judgment? And I'm just suggesting, did you benchmark that against any similar schemes of a similar scale where you've asked for similar requirements?
I don't know the answer. I don't know that Mrs. Lyons knows.
It was similar to what we've asked for in terms of the other scheme in the town centre, and also another scheme in Wickford where we saw a similar figure, well, a similar calculation for a post. And also we've got a very we used our head of economic development, who's got quite a lot of experience in dealing with these type of schemes in his other places he's worked.
Okay, just put that in the justification, would you? What informed your professional judgment in coming up with that figure? Okay, let's move on to the Essex Coast Rams contribution. Just to cut to the chase here, I've read all of that. Where will the money be spent in accordance with the Essex Coast Recreation Disturbance Avoidance Strategy? Can somebody answer that question, please?
Yep. So provided that document, I believe, Adele, is that within the documents that were provided to the inspector, which set out the projects?
I haven't had a chance to look through all those.
How those monies are being spent. So that sets out how those monies are to be spent.
Okay, does it indicate, usually it has a number of projects? Is that the case?
There are a number of projects across the whole of Essex, because obviously this doesn't impact our borough per se, impacts most places outside, well, everything's outside our borough. So those projects are being run by, they're being maintained by Chelmsford City Council. They're holding the funds for those, and all the projects are set out in that document itself. So there's a wide ranging set of projects that will run as long as the Rams runs.
Okay. Those projects are indicated in the documents that you've set, because I haven't had a chance to.
Yes, they are. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. It would be helpful to me if you could pull those out and put them within a table, or if there are, so many of them, just summarize them to give me assurance that it's going to do the job that you're intending it to do. Okay.
Yes, the documents that you received yesterday did not include the RAN strategy, but I'll ensure that we send that across to you. I'll check whether it's on the core documents list. If it's not, I'll send it to you.
Okay, but I want that pulled out. I want the relevant section pulled out in terms of the summary table, which is obviously very helpful to me.
Okay,
let's move towards the healthcare contribution. I've read everything that you've said on this, and you're proposing to put the money towards a new Buston Health Hub to increase healthcare capacity. What stage is that project at, please?
We're working on with the NHS on a number of issues around the current shortfall of GP surgeries in and around the Basildon itself, and that is the Basildon Health Hub is a project which is looking at their Great Oak site, which is a site to the north of this of the appeal site, and it's looking at a clinic there, moving the clinic and upgrading the clinic to provide a wider what the wider health needs for the town centre. Also, the NHS are looking for a site within the town centre itself to create a new hub itself as well. So those two projects are actually at the initial stages with the NHS.
Okay, so there are two possibilities: a site at Great Oaks or a site
within
in
the town centre. Yeah, but they'll provide two very different needs. So you're looking at a GP surgery within the town centre, then the health hub, which is just on the edge, the cusp of the town centre. So basically what it says there, the new health hub estimated location to be agreed will enable the co-location. That's basically where we are with the NHS at the moment.
Okay. Okay, then can you just include the details about the possibility of a town centre location too?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Open space, culture, play and sports provision. So I understand how it's been calculated and how you've got that. And what you've done now is you've given me specific projects.
Yes.
And specific locations. Okay, does anybody wish to add anything to that? You've also spoken about park play, which is an ongoing cost, and you've indicated that that's well, what you've said is Gloucester Park, which is in close proximity to the application site, has been identified as an excellent new location for park play. So what stage have those proposals got to?
We're one of the authorities that were given that park play capacity, and obviously park play they've looked at, it's the next site to come on board, so it will come on board this summer hopefully.
Okay, well, can you put the timescale? Yep. Put the timescale in the context to that, please. Okay, then we move on to town centre highway improvements, pedestrian access contributions. You've told me how those have been calculated. And obviously they're in the town centre. Yes?
Yes.
They're all within the town centre.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it will be a pooled contribution towards the things listed within that table.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. And then private for sale units. Does anybody wish to say anything to that? That's the requirement to meet the housing needs of those who live and work in Basildon first, basically.
Yes.
Before everyone else. Okay. And then you've got the provisions. I don't have much comment on these. The build to rent ones, which are based on government guidance.
Yes.
Understand all of that. And then you've got the affordable housing, the usual viability reviews. Yes, does anybody want to say anything on that? As I said, we've looked at that before. Now the unit mix and accommodation schedule, could I just have some explanation on that, please? This is for phase 2.
Adele provided, sorry, Miss Lawrence provided a little bit more explanation. I don't know if she can unmute. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Hello, Miss Lawrence?
Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
Miss Lyons?
Oh.
Don't mind who.
Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, I must have. My system went. I missed that. Sorry.
Sorry, it's the unit mix and accommodation schedule. Could you just give me a little bit of explanation on that, please? This is this is for phase 2, obviously, because that's an outline application, and what you're saying is that the unit mix ought to be secured before reserved matters.
Sorry, Dan, have you got the unit mix there?
So, am I off?
Sorry, can we move back?
Sorry, yeah.
Tell me the principle. The nub of it is, I might be missing something, but why is the unit mix required prior to reserved matters?
Because obviously this application is a hybrid application in outline form. So prior to plot 2, we would like to see the indicative unit mix that has been proposed to ensure that it's in keeping with what has been proposed as part of the overall application at this stage. So at this stage, the applicant has given us an indicative housing unit mix for phase 2. So when that, so for plot 2, so when that is coming forward before the reserved matter stage, we would like to see what is being proposed. The applicant has also proposed at the stage an alternative housing unit mix for plot 2, which removes the studio units and provides more larger units, and that is the council's preferred housing mix for phase 2, because the council SMAR does not really reflect studio units. It's about 1, 2 and 3 bed units. So whilst some studio units are being proposed across both plots at the moment, we would prefer, when plot 2 comes forward, that there are more 1 and 2 bed units as opposed to studio units.
Okay, so that's right. So that's why you want it. When are you saying that you want it?
It is, I believe it's saying that we would like to see, prior to the first reserved matters application, we'd like to see a housing unit mix for plot 2. I think it's prior to that first reserved matters application, and then a unit mix obviously to accompany the reserved matters application.
Okay. Can you make sure that that explanation is included within the documentation? That wasn't clear to me. Highways and transport. So this is a contribution for monitoring, really, isn't it? The effectiveness of the existing on-street restrictions in light of the additional, in light of any additional demand generated from the development.
Yes, and it links to the condition that we've just discussed in relation to car park monitoring.
Okay, and the proposed blue badge and drop-off parking spaces, now they're outside the red line, aren't they? They're in, as we said, they're in an adjacent car park.
Yes.
Okay, so it's the monitoring associated with that. Can somebody talk me through how you calculated that monitoring sum?
That was provided by the South Essex parking group through what they normally charge for similar projects across the county.
Right.
Well, across the parts of the county which they actually cover, the South Essex parking.
Okay. Okay, so it's been benchmarked. It's, sorry, what you're saying is that professional judgment was used, or
yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Examples, or sorry, Miss Lyon.
Well, that's obviously the we don't control our own. The parking within our borough is controlled by a group of authorities which have got together to form this South Essex Parking Group, and that's run centrally. And those are the normal monitoring fees that they ask when you're looking at changes in developments that don't have reduced parking. So that's the normal amount that they would charge for development of this size. So it's based on a professional advice we received from a parking expert, I suppose.
Okay, make sure that you've provided me with details of that.
Yeah, it's £40 per dwelling is how they calculate.
Yeah. Okay, and in terms of employment, you're requiring an employment skills plan. Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't have any questions on that. I understand that. Historic building records, I've resolved that, that's fine. Quality review panel. The provisions in here are for an appropriate fee that will be agreed with the quality review panel in due course. Can somebody explain that to me, please?
Fine. Did you hear that?
Well, by the scheme's nature, we need a QRP to address the needs, and therefore that would be those costs will be met by the developer.
So what is the provision saying? That you should go through QA and pay the costs?
And the developer should pay the cost of that quality review panel. That's correct.
Okay, so there isn't any figure?
No, because it'd be based on the figure at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the requirements of the 106 to pay all costs associated with having the application reviewed by the QRP.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. And then public realm. So this is really, as we heard in evidence, this is about the galleries and the cut, isn't it? To maintain 24-hour access every day of the year. And what you're asking for is a scheme to secure the long-term maintenance and management of that. Okay. Yeah, I've got that. And then a monitoring fee. Again, so what you're saying is that that's a standard amount applied by the council.
Yes, it is. Yes. And that's based on the needs of support to cover the cost of a scheme of this size.
Okay, and you've calculated it based on £100 per dwelling across the whole. Is that, sorry, what you need to tell me is where that monitoring fee comes from.
That monitoring fee comes from the cost of monitoring a scheme of this size based on officer time, the systems we require, and any on costs.
But where is that calculated, and have you got a standard formula that you use, or?
I mean, that standard formula we use for an officer time that would deliver the amount of work required to look at this scheme.
Okay. Sorry, what I'm getting at is that written down and agreed anywhere, that the monitoring fee, you know, that calculation that you put in the £100 per dwelling?
At the moment, that's just based on, I mean, we've obviously, as a local authority that hasn't had much growth for a long time, we're just creating those sort of standalone documents at the moment. This is based on a review of the amount of time these agreements are going to take to monitor, based on, and then looking at that across the size of the scheme, and then we've worked out the fact that that's what, if you look at a number of schemes going forward, we've come up with that calculation divided by all that work together, then divided by the number of units, and that creates £100.
Okay.
So it's a number of schemes that we've got going at the moment, and the cost of controlling all those schemes through monitoring, and the on cost of that for the council. Okay, so it's been formulated on the basis of an understanding of the input. Make sure that that is and a professional judgment is used. Make sure that that is clear, made very clear. Okay, is there anything else that anybody wishes to raise on that, please? No. Let's move on to Essex County Council. And the first provision is sustainable transport contributions. And this is really in relation to high quality cycle and pedestrian links. Could somebody talk me through this, please?
Sorry, can you take the inspector through justification for these contributions, please?
Yes, these are required in conjunction with, or in accordance with policies DM1 of the Essex County Council Development Management Policies, and also T1, T3 and T7 of the draft local plan policies, which were, it's the Reg 19 Borough Council revised local plan draft policies. They were calculated on the basis of a rate of £1,391 per dwelling for the proposed residential for plot 1, and £17.40 per square metre of new commercial. And I stress that's new because there's some existing commercial which the rate wasn't applied to. And these there was a discount for the residential because the overall rate in the draft policies was applicable to larger size houses. So these are proposed as one and 2 bedroom flats. So there's a reduction applied to that. And that gives an overall figure for plot 1 of £348,779.45. With regard to plot 2, it's in the draft section 106, it's at the moment put so that the actual figures will be calculated at a later date, and that's because plot 2 at the moment is outlined, so it's not certain what the final mix will be, and also because the draft plan is obviously emerging, and there's likely to be revisions to the IDP, the draft IDP, so that it was felt that it was more relevant to leave it till later on when the Reserve Matters applications were submitted, so that a more appropriate figure in line with the current guidance could be calculated at that time.
So those calculations, the calculation is from a formula in the draft IDP.
That's right. Yes.
And in your explanation, now it's not in front of me, I'm looking at the document that the summary table, but you have actually indicated specific projects, haven't you, and location?
That's right.
Yes. Okay. And those are really cycling and walking routes, aren't they? So
that's right, yes.
Okay, I've got that. Thank you. I don't need any more information on that.
Thank you.
In terms of highways and transport, again, this is about condition surveys, isn't it? Prior
That's
to
right.
development and after development. Well, maybe you can take me through it.
That these are required in accordance with our policy DM22 of Essex County Council's development management policies, and it's because of the expected extraordinary use of the highway in terms of the construction traffic that's expected for the development of this site, and it's applied to a lot of development, well, most developments in Essex that we deal with, and it's basically that a condition survey is undertaken prior to the works to understand the condition of the roads that will be affected, and it will be agreed with the appellant and highways department, and there will be a condition survey after the construction has been completed, and it'll be identified if there was any extraordinary damage, and if there has been associated with the construction, the developer will be required to make that good. And we may require a bond, a monetary bond, to ensure that the works are done.
Okay, and how have you calculated the monitoring fee?
Oh, sorry, there's no monitoring fee for that one at all.
Oh, sorry, that's the condition survey, isn't it? Yeah,
that's just the condition survey itself. The monitoring fees for the
they have
plan.
to carry out the developer has to carry out the condition survey first and second.
That's right.
Condition survey.
Yes.
Okay, I understand. Sorry, what I was moving on to is the monitoring fee for the travel plans.
For the travel plans, that has been calculated from our Essex County Council's Developers Guide to Infrastructure Contributions. It is a bit confusing when you look at the document because there's various dates in there. All the monitoring fees are index linked. In the document, it gives certain figures, but the figure for the residential element is a 2020 base. The figure for the workplace element is a 2019 base. So, and then they're index linked to get the figures that will be in the Section 106 agreement. So the figures in the Section 106 agreement, I think, it's £1,533 annually for the residential travel plan and £6,132 for the employment workplace travel plans.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't need to explore that any further. Okay, let's move on to the education contribution and early years facilities. And there's a number here. One is primary education, secondary, and then early years and childcare. So for primary, understand the way that the need is calculated. And with both, actually, it's, or is it both? But in relation to primary education, it's showing that there isn't a need, but the minimum of 5% surplus in their planning. That's what's generating.
That's correct, ma'am. Yes, you've understood that correctly. Yes.
Yeah. And you're indicating that the development would fall within the catchment of Fairhouse Primary School?
We refer to that in our consultation response, but when we look at the purpose for the spend, we prefer to put it into a group, as I've directed you to that in the 10-year plan. So it gives a bit more scope to apply the funding. It's difficult to actually identify a specific project at this time.
Sorry, just explain that a little bit more, please.
I'm going to just open up the document so I can get some information to support that. I've directed you to the correct page in the year plan. We have an updated version, 22 to 2031. It's a 10-year plan, and the groups list a number of schools that fall into a category of grouping, and the Fairfield Primary falls into the group 3, Basildon Central and West. So the pupils, my understanding is the demand is created through pupils that may be needed, spaces that may be needed for the pupils that attend any of those schools. And it's shown as there are spaces available, but the 5% has to be taken into account. So when the demand comes forth from this development, it will impact on that 5%.
Okay, so am I understanding correctly? It could be spent at Fairfield Primary School, but not necessarily.
No, I've spoken to the school placement management officer, and their process is to not identify for the section 106, particularly not to identify a specific school, because the information we put into the consultation response, we look at the nearest school, and then the section 106 applies to the group setting as to where that school fits into.
Okay, so how broad is that? What's the geographical?
It's a 3-mile radius. The 3-mile radius was set that in section 106.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And the same situation arises with secondary education, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, but there is a deficit on the secondary education.
Yes, and you indicate that Woodland School falls within the planning group
Group 1. That's right, yes.
Okay, but the same situation arises, doesn't it?
Yes, in the instance with, yes, the whole principle of the spend and the purpose of the spend go into actually group 1, yes. And even more so in 2023, when we predict the demand will be created by this development, there is a significant deficit which justifies that contribution. Okay,
and you've requested a review mechanism.
No, that's been updated, ma'am. There was an updated document submitted to you later yesterday evening.
Right.
So we had a discussion with
in this document
and their solicitor. Okay. So the need for that has been withdrawn. The developer has agreed to pay the secondary contribution up front, which was the original intention.
Okay, just make sure that the version that I have, the final version, is the updated version, because I'm still looking at something that has that review mechanism.
I will check, ma'am, but I did submit it later in the evening after we'd had the discussion, so it probably hasn't found its way to you yet. Okay. And then early years and childcare. Back to my colleague Candice. who specialises in that area. Candice, can you answer the questions relating to early years, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So similarly to primary and secondary, as laid out in the Essex Developers Guide, which we've obviously highlighted the relevant sections, we have a specified formula that is generated based on the amount of dwellings that created the unit mix that's created as part of this development. And as a local authority under the Childcare Act, we have a statutory duty to ensure that there are sufficient and sustainable amount of high quality childcare places in the area. So I've obviously referred to that particular document outlaying the formula that applies for the development, which generates the need of 12 early years and childcare places. And we have we undertake an annual childcare sufficiency assessment, which I've also included as part of that overview within the summary table that's been sent to you. So using our annual sufficiency collection data, it gives us an understanding of the current early years and childcare places within the ward, the direct ward. So we're able to look at provision that's available, and in this particular case there's a need for additional provision based on the places that were generated as part of this development, and collective other developments as part of the town centre regeneration. So we had discussions with Basildon Borough Council around this, and they've actually highlighted this in their emerging local plan, and that the particular 30 place early years and childcare development would be placed on the town square.
Yeah, so it's accommodating all town centre. It's going to deal with the cumulative.
Yes, it's going to a collective for this particular one in Market Square.
Okay, just tell me about the backstop. Explain the backstop position.
So through several discussions and our particular view on the lease for the scheme that's been put forward is we feel that the lease amount may not be sustainable for an early years and childcare provider. So we've just ensured that we've got that backstop just in case for any reason a provider feels that they're not able to remain sustainable or be sustainable at that lease amount that's been proposed, that in that particular situation we would then receive contributions and an additional backstop amount, which Anne can probably elaborate more on in a moment, as she's been directly involved in the Section 106 agreement, that would enable us to secure local solutions, local alternative solutions through current and potential early years childcare providers in the area to accommodate those places generated. So, for example, in other situations, we've used our website that I've highlighted in the summary, and we've gone out to advertise the Section 106 funding, and local childminders or current providers have bid for that opportunity, and they've met the specification and then met that generated need by the development.
I understand that. Okay, thank you for that. And the financial contribution has been calculated, that backstop position, the financial contribution is on the 12 places.
Right, yes, it's been calculated according to a floor area per child, and then that creates the cost per child per square foot, and then multiplied.
In terms of monitoring fee, you've given me information about how that's been calculated.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't have any
explanation. Do you need any further explanation for that?
No, I can see it here.
Thank you.
No, I don't need anything else on that. Is there anything else that anybody needs to raise on the 106? Okay then. Thank you very much, everybody, for your input. That was very helpful discussion for me. Thank you. Now, I have just received a document. I haven't had a chance to look at it because I've been engaged in that discussion. It's the Forest of Dean. It's Forest of Dean. I'll take that as IQ 18.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, have I received or the itinerary for the site visit?
I think on that, we might well rely upon the itinerary that was produced last time and just tweak it. We'll leave you to tweak it on site as you see fit.
Okay.
I think there hasn't been time available to capture everyone's input and then convert that into a new itinerary. So I hope that will suffice.
Okay.
Sorry, man, can I just help on that? I mean, I've been copied into some email traffic passing between the council and the appellant. I think there is an itinerary that is almost there, as it were, in terms of agreement between the parties. It might not be there.
Not at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, but whether we could, if it is agreed, whether we could provide that to you tomorrow morning.
Okay, what's important to me are the longer range. If anybody is suggesting we go to longer range views, I'd probably do that unaccompanied. And then so just bear that in mind. I'll do the longer range views unaccompanied, and then I'll park up and then we'll meet. Can I suggest then that we meet under Brook House? That's the critical thing that we need to agree. If we meet under Brook House at 2 o'clock, and then if please, when you have that itinerary, if you could send it through in reasonable time. I'm some distance from the site, so I will be travelling sometime before 2 o'clock. So when can I expect that itinerary?
Well, I've been light to that indication. I'm sure we'll get it to you if we can this afternoon. I said I think it's pretty much there in terms of comments from the council side. So unless there's going to be any disagreements, and I doubt there will be, I rather hope it'll be with you this afternoon. And
I'll take a view. At the end of the day, I'll take a view on the itinerary. If I'm being marched all over the place, I'll take a view on that. Okay, and particularly bearing in mind that I have actually been to the site previously. Okay, thank you for that. So that's all the business for today. In terms of closings.
Ma'am, just before you move on to that, could we just pause in relation to the timetable for the execution of the 106? I think you've now had an opportunity to see everything that will be in the 106, and there is, I think there is, so far as I'm instructed, agreement as between the parties as to the contents of the 106. There may be some very last minute fine tuning of the wording in relation to the early years CC, but there isn't anything that will depart from what you just heard in terms of the intent. We have the issue with the county only having Wednesdays for sealing, and we have this issue of our one overseas party. Would it be acceptable to you to allow us a certain period of grace in order to get those signatures onto the document after you've closed the inquiry on Friday?
Well, first of all, we need to set a timetable for the SIL compliance statement that's going to be submitted, and any additional information. So could I want that I want that fairly soon, and if we turn that around fairly soon, if I can have that before I go off on site tomorrow, so if I can have that by 12 o'clock tomorrow, the final SIL compliance statement with any adjustments. And then so when are you suggesting what I don't want to, I will be closing the inquiry, so I won't take anything else at all. You're saying that the signing can only take place on a Wednesday.
That's what I'm told.
Can I come in there, please, from Essex County Council's point of view? Just to clarify as well, ma'am, are you satisfied with the submission that we've presented to you for the SIL appendix? I will make sure that I've sent into you the final copy that reflects the changes to the secondary education element.
Yes.
Essex County Council does only have a Wednesday for signing. That is correct, but under special circumstances, we can attempt to sign on a different day, but it does depend on what staff is available in the offices at that time. But obviously, our signing day is a secondary effect if you've got a client overseas.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Hill, what are you looking for your client, for your person overseas?
Ma'am, I'm thinking that what we would like to be able to say is on Friday morning, you have the final version of the 106 from which there will be no changes at all, but that we then have, let's just say, 7 days for all the relevant signatures to be applied to the document that will not change from the version that you've seen on Friday morning. So right. it would be with you a week after you close the inquiry.
So we'll be closing on the 21st. So it would be with me by the 28th.
Yes.
If we say 12 p.m. on the 28th.
Yes.
Fully executed version.
Indeed.
Okay. Yep, that's agreed. And in terms of the final SIL compliance statement, what I was getting at, the council indicated that what you had put to me was a draft. I want that the final version that should only include the comments the additional comments that I've made. Okay then. Is there anything else that we need to deal with from today's business?
Ma'am, just in respect to tomorrow, I'm being asked whether you would have any interest in seeing inside any of the buildings that are presently on the appeal site, such as the bowling alley, which is a very large space that one can't really get to grips with without getting inside it. These are all things that have been referred to in evidence in terms of the reuse of existing buildings. We don't insist that you do, but if you were interested, then we can make arrangements to accommodate that. These are the buildings on site.
So that's along high pavement, isn't it? Low pavement, high pavement. Okay then. Okay, that might be useful actually, but just the bowling alley. I don't really. Just the bowling alley. Okay. Okay then, so let's move on to Friday. It would help me because I'm going to be travelling quite extensively on the Thursday. I'm going to suggest that we have a later start on Friday. Can I suggest 10 o'clock for closings? I'm sure that won't be a problem to anyone.
No objection, ma'am.
Yes. So if we resume at 10 o'clock and we'll resume, I may do a quick session, depending on what I receive. I may have to do a quick session to feedback on conditions, any comments on conditions, depending on what I receive on 106, on the compliance statement, but shouldn't need to, and then we'll move straight on to closing. So we should just have a morning on Friday. Okay, anything else?
Ma'am, just to make sure I had the correct note as to when you'd like the updated version of the planning conditions.
Planning conditions is 12 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you.
12 o'clock tomorrow for everything. Final version of the 106 is on Friday. Now, I'm not expecting anything. We're not expecting anything to change on that, are we? Anything fundamental? It's just the wording of that. So it would be helpful to me if that was before we resumed. So that will, it's really a Thursday night, isn't it? It's a Thursday evening, Could I have that by 5 o'clock on Thursday evening? That then I can look through it overnight, and we'll resume at 10 o'clock. On the Friday. Okay. Okay, I'll say it one last time. Anything else? No. Thank you very much, everybody. It's now 16:34 and the inquiry is adjourned. Obviously, I don't think anyone, none of the witnesses are here, but obviously I won't be taking any evidence at all on site. I'll just be marching around the site, and anybody who can keep up with me, they'll be lucky. Thank you very much, everyone. The inquiry is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.